Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to work on two different apps, one for mobile .NET MAUI, one for Blazor WebAssembly. And the catch is we are going to use a shared code base for both of these apps. So for .NET MAUI, we are going to use .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid, and for web, we are going to use Blazor WebAssembly. And almost all the code components, everything is going to be shared. So this is the app we are going to build in this video. So first, I'm going to show you the .NET MAUI Blazor Hybrid version. So when we open the app for the first time, it asks us to enter the name, and when we enter our name, okay, then it navigates us to this main page, which has this welcome appearance. It has this all nodes section. It has these two modes which we'll see when we add some nodes. Then it has this floating action button for creating a new node, and we have this plus button on the top right corner as well to create a new node. And here also we have a add a note button which we can click. So all of these three buttons are going to open this new screen, which is add a note page. Here we can add note title and then note description. And if we save it without adding any details, it will give us this validation error message: the title field is required. So because the title is required, description is not required, only the title is required. So let me add some note. Let's say create a video tutorial for this app. Okay, then we can save it by pressing this save button, or we have this top right this check mark button. We can save it from here as well. So we created it and we can see the note is here now. We have this title with dot dot dot. Because of the screen size constraint, it cannot fit the complete title, but if we tap on it, it will open this title like this in a pop-up. We can copy this, and I'm showing this copied text so that we can see that something happened, and we can share this by pressing this button, and then we can share it using the device's native capability. We can share it. Close. And we did not add the description for this, that's why we are seeing this description. Let's create a new note. Let's say second note with description, and here a sample description will go here, and save it. And now we can see this in this first one. Now we don't see this add description button because we added the description. And in here in the footer of this note card, we can see the date time when this was created or modified, and we have these three dots. When we click on this, it opens this new action pop-up, so we can edit this note or we can delete this note from here. And first let's add a description here. So we can add a description by clicking on this. Now the title changed to edit node. The node title, it got populated, and here we can add some description, some random description. Save it, and fine. Now we have these two modes. The layout mode, basically this is grid layout and this is the list layout, so we can choose these as well. So when we are on grid layout, it shows two column grid, and when we click on this list layout, then it shows one note card in a row. So you can see this complete details. And same thing, we can open the description like this, click on it, it opens the description. Now let's see these two actions. When we edit a note, it opens this edit note, and it gets the title and description populated. Let's add some like updated, and we can save it, and the details are going to be updated. And if you want to delete it, we can delete it. When we delete, it says, do you really want to delete? If we press no, nothing will happen as usual. And if we press yes, then this note is going to be deleted. Okay, and all this data is being persisted on the device, that also we'll see. Okay, so this is a demo on Blazor .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Let's see how this app looks on the browser using Blazor WebAssembly. Let's see it. Stop this. Select this one. Run. Okay, I had these samples. Let me delete everything. Okay, delete, delete, and let me clean it up first. In here, I am persisting it in the uh, local storage. So let me clean everything up. Delete, 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 delete everything, and let me restart this app. Okay. So when we first open it, the same way we had that name prompt on the .NET MAUI Blazor that app. Same we have in browser version as well. Welcome, please enter your name. So we'll provide our name by Prince. Okay. Now we can see the same similar UI. Welcome, and add a note button. And we have this add a note. This floating action button here. So we can create a note by clicking on this one. So it opens a new page with this pop-up kind of structure in this, and save. If we save it, it will complain about title field. We can provide a title. Let's say first note on Blazor WASM site without description. If we save it, it will be saved and it is going to redirect us back to the main page, and there we can see the similar structure. We have a description button because we did not add the description here. Let's create a new note, a new note with the description provided. Here goes the sample description, and save it. This time we can see the description, right? We have this date time when this was created or modified, and if we click on this one, it will open us the same pop-up with the node details and this node title and description. We can copy it from here, and if you remember, we had share option to natively share on the device, so that was using a device's native share functionality, but on browser we don't have that functionality. That's why we have only copy here. So the same alert we are using here to show that we have copied this thing, we can paste it. So let me show you. We can paste it. So this is the copied text. We can close it. Then same, we have delete and edit functionality. We can delete it. If we delete, it will ask for confirmation. If we cancel, nothing will happen. And if we say okay, then that note is going to be deleted, and we can edit it using the add description button or this edit button. So it will open up this edit screen. The title is update node, and then we have the same title was uh, got populated. Then we can add some description here, and then we can save it. It will be updated. Okay, so this is all, and we can refresh it again because we are storing this data on the local storage. So this data is going to be persisted. So if we open it again, we can see the same data. Fine. So this is the app we are going to build from scratch to end in this video tutorial for both, right? Okay, we are going to share almost all the code. We will simply use the native functionalities for the part where we need to interact the native features. For example, in browser, we need to connect with the browser's local storage, which does not exist in the .NET MAUI side. So in .NET MAUI, we are going to use devices storage feature. but in browser we are going to use the local storage. Same goes with the alerts and confirm messages. So in Blazor WebAssembly side, browser side, we have browsers alert and confirmation pop-ups, but in .MAUI side we will use the .MAUI device's native alert feature. We'll use that alert for both confirmation and to display the alerts. Okay, so enough talking, let's get straight to the work. Here I'm creating a new project, and the base project I'm going to have as .MAUI Blazor app. Next, and the name, I am not sure what should be the name, so let me name it Nodes MAUI Blazor WASM, something like this. I don't know if this name is good or no, but yeah, let's go with this. .NET 7 and create, and the project is here. Let me open the solution explorer. Cool, so we have one project here which has this .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid project basically. Now I'll add other uh, projects to this solution. First I'm going to have one Blazor WebAssembly app for our WebAssembly, the browser version. So for that, let me copy this name and we'll call it this .web. Nodes MAUI Blazor WASM.web. Next, it is going to be .NET 7, configure for HTTPS yes, authentication type none, create. Cool, we have this WebAssembly project. Then there are going to be some models and other things which are going to be common between these two. So for that we'll create one more project, and that is going to be a class library project. This is for some common logic and common models. So for this, let me name it same project name dot common. Next, create. Cool. After that, we are going to have some Blazor components basically, which will be common in both of these apps. So the .NET Blazor hybrid and the Blazor WebAssembly in these two projects. So for that, let me create one new project, and this is going to be a Razor class library because we are going to use Razor pages, Blazor pages. So next, and for this, let's call it common dot components. Components. Notes my Blazor work dot common dot components. Next, .NET 7, and fine. We are good. So we have these four projects. Let's add the relationship between all these projects. So first, common is going to be used from all these three projects, right? Because this common functionality, common models we can use in main .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid app, Blazor WebAssembly, and these common components. So first, let's go to .NET MAUI, add project reference. We are going to add common and common component both because we are going to use both in this project. Add. Next, go to the WebAssembly one. So here also we'll do the same, add reference, and then we'll use common and common dot components in this one. Cool. And then comes this common dot components. In this we'll add a project reference and then we'll add the common in this. So we are done with all these dependencies. Next thing, in our .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid, we are not going to use Mac Catalyst, Tizen and Windows. We are going to use only Android and iOS. So for this, let me clean this up. So I'm going to delete Mac Catalyst Okay, Tizen, I'm going to delete this as well. So I'm cleaning up basically. Then Windows also I'm going to delete. Cool, we have deleted these. Now let's go to the CS pros of this project and we can modify this as well. We have target frameworks. We are going to use Android and iOS. We can remove this Mac Catalyst. Then we can remove the next line, which is for Windows. Cool. And same goes with the supported OS platform versions. So we'll use iOS. We will remove Mac Catalyst, and Tizen Windows will remove all these. Fine. So everything looks fine now. Let's build the solution and rebuild. We have this package downgrade error, and this is coming from .notes MAUI Blazor was means the main .NET MAUI project. So we can add it explicitly. So here what we'll do, logging dot abstractions, right? The name was abstractions 701. Okay, save and rebuild. Rebuild successful, so everything looks fine till now. And now we'll start working. Before that, let's run the app first in both the platforms. So right now I'm running the .NET MAUI Blazor version. App is loading. We can see that loading initially and then hello world, and the app is here. This is the default template. We can move around, we can do all stuff, right? Now stop it and now try the Blazor WebAssembly version. And we have this Blazor WebAssembly version, basically the same version. Cool. So project is in running state. Now we'll start coding directly. Okay. So first we'll let's start from the Blazor hybrid side. What we'll do first, we'll simply clean all these things. We don't need counter, we don't need fetch data. We might need index.tracer. Let's delete this counter, delete this fetch data. We don't need these two. In shared, we have main layout. On main layout, for now, let's get rid of everything. We'll simply have direct body, nothing else. So we can remove the nav menu and then we can remove survey prompt.tracer as well. Cool. So we have shared main layout, which is the main layout, and in pages we have this index.tracer. We can remove this and hello world, welcome to your new app. Let's call it .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid. Okay, let's change this to this one and let's see. We should see only this thing. First, we'll see a small loading text in the left top. So it will be there because it is trying to load the Blazor project. And when it is loaded, then we'll see this hello world and welcome to .MAUI Blazor hybrid. So we cleaned up everything. Cool. After this, let's do the same thing for Blazor WebAssembly version. We'll clean that up as well. Same thing we'll do here in main layout. We will remove everything. We'll have direct @body. We'll remove this nav menu dot razor. We'll remove survey prompt dot razor. From pages, we'll remove counter. we'll remove fetch data, and in index.razor we will remove this thing, and welcome to your new app, and here we'll say Blazor WebAssembly, and let's run this. This is loading our Blazor WebAssembly, and then hello world, welcome to your new app Blazor WASM. So we are good with this. Now we'll start working. Fine. So we'll start working on .MAUI Blazor hybrid side. Let me delete all open files, close all tabs, not delete, close all tabs. Let's jump directly to pages and index.razor. So if you remember, when I showed you the app for the first time, it was this. We had, after loading, we had that nice prompt which was asking for our name, and this time you saw it did not ask our name. It did not show that prompt because we have that prompt already shared in somewhere in the device. So for that we'll do this thing. First we will show that prompt, right? So in index.razor page we will check if we have that prompt, if we have the data shared. If not, we will uh, show that prompt and ask the user to provide his or her name. So for that what we can do, we can add a code block here, and here we will override on initialized async, and now we will check if the user has already provided name or no, right? So for that we need to have this name somewhere. So for that we will use our device's secure storage, or we can use preference because name is not uh, that sensitive, so we can use preference or secure storage, both are fine. Let's use secure storage. So we can use secure storage dot default dot, then we'll simply get async, then the name of the key, and let's say name of the key is username, and we'll add a wait here. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, we are missing async. Now we'll check if not string dot is null or white space. Name, not name, it should be name. Fine. So we'll check if the name, we already have name, then we'll continue to the app, and if that's not the case we will ask user to provide his or her name, right? So for that what we are going to use, we are going to use the current page dot page app dot current dot main page. This is how we access the device features. Main page dot, we have display action sheet alert and display prompt async. So we have display prompt async. Here we will ask user to provide his name. So first is title. Title is going to be, let's say, welcome. Then we need to provide the message, and in message we'll say please enter your name. It returns a string, so we can store this in the name. Now user might press cancel or maybe back button, so in that case this will be null. If this is null, then we cannot continue with our app. So what we are going to do, we will ask the user again. So we'll display this prompt again, and we'll repeat this for a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 times. We cannot uh, irritate user, so we'll try 3 times, and if user still did not provide that, then we'll simply show an alert that you cannot continue with the app, and then we'll simply exit. Okay, so for that, what we are going to do, we are going to have const int, let's say max retry, and we can have it something 3. We are going to have it 3, and then we'll do one thing which is going to be, no, not const, we cannot have const because we are going to modify it. So we'll say do this while, so keep on repeating this line, this showing the prompt until string dot is the null or white space name. So keep on repeating until the name is null or empty, or not or, and this max retry. So let me rename this max retry. So here we'll say minus minus max retry. So we are decreasing its quantity, this max retries value, and if this is greater than 0. What does this mean? So it will keep on repeating this line until these two conditions match. So how these are going to work? If we got first time here, it will ask, and if we provided the value, it will simply come here. This condition is going to be failed, and then it will continue. It will come out of the loop. Now next scenario, if user uh, did not provide, user clicked on cancel. In that case, it will come to this while loop. This case is going to be true, and this time this max retry, it is 3, it will be 2, and 2 is greater than 0. This is also satisfied. It will again open this thing. So it will try. Now max retry is 2, then it will be 1, and then it will be 0. And when it is 0 at the third time, then this condition will match, but this condition will fail. This max retry greater than 0, this condition is going to fail, and when this condition fails, it will come out of this loop. So this is how this code is going to behave. What is the issue here? Did I miss something? This is from this else protected, and this is here. Fine. So this is how this is going to work. After this, we will simply check if we have name or we don't have the name. So we'll check if string dot is null or white space name. If we still don't have name, then what we are going to do, we will say await app dot current dot display app dot current dot main page dot display alert, and here we will say let's say error is the title, and in message we'll say your name is required to continue with the app. Cool. And after this we will simply return. Fine. What is the issue here? Display alert. Okay. Third button is okay. Okay. We'll return. And if that's not the case, we have username here. So let's, okay, continue with the app, right? We have username here, so we can continue with the app. Continue with the app. So instead of doing this if and else, because after this the code is going to be same, and with this continue to the app as well. So let's do the opposite. Instead of having this negation, we'll change this condition and we'll remove this else like this. So if we already have name, we will simply continue with the app, right? And if we don't have name, we will try 3 times, and if we got the name, then we'll continue with the app, right? So here we are here now. Okay, we need to have one more condition here. That condition is in the else case, or maybe We don't need this else. We can have it here only. We have username. So we are going to save it to the storage, right? So that it can get it next time correctly, right? So save it to the storage. For this, we will use the same secure storage dot default dot set async, and then we are going to have the key, which is this key, the same key, and then we will have the value, and this time value is going to be this name which we got from the user, and this is async, so we need to await it. Cool. Now this username, we are using it here, we are using it here, and we'll use this in WebAssembly as well. So it's better to have these as constants. The next thing is, because these are going to be used in WebAssembly project as well, so we should have these in this common project. So in the common, we will create a new file, new class. Here we'll say, let's say app constants, fine. Let me make it public static, and here we'll say public const string, and we'll say, let's say keys. Okay, let's me create a new class here first, public static, to group the constants for nothing else. So we'll say storage keys. We can have it like this, storage keys, and here we can have public const string username, and we can have any name we want. Let me clean this up and we are good. Let's have this common namespace to in imports and underscore imports dot razor file, so that we can use this directly in our razor components in this index page in this case. So instead of having this username directly, what we'll do, we'll have app constants dot storage keys dot username. It makes sense now. We'll do the same thing when we are setting the key. Cool. We set this, and now we can continue with the app. And when we say continue with the app, that means we will redirect user to some other page, and that some other page, that is, in order to move user to some other page in Blazor, we need to use navigation manager. So we will inject that. So we'll inject navigation manager. We'll call it navigation manager only, navigation manager. Fine. And now we'll use this navigation manager dot navigate to, and this navigate to will provide one URL, and that URL, in our case, I use that home page /home. Cool. So everything looks fine now. The only thing is, all this logic, this should not be in this index.razor page. The reason is, this is an internal page, but what if somehow we directly land in some, let's say, intermediate page, some internal page, right? It is not guaranteed that we'll use the slash only, the default page. In that case, all this logic is going to be skipped, and that does not make sense. We will have inconsistent state. We will not have the user auth state. So the better place should be the main layout, or instead of main layout, we could have multiple layouts as well, right? Maybe Blazor supports multiple layouts, so for some of the pages we are using main layout, and let's say we created another layout which we are using for some other pages, and if we directly land on those pages which do not have the main layout, then it will be inconsistent state. Then comes, in that case, we need to have that logic on main layout and that other layout, and again we don't want to duplicate the logic. So the perfect place is going to be this main.razor page. So this is the main initial starting point of any Blazor app, this main.razor. So we'll have this logic, this index.razor logic, this code block basically. We'll cut it from here, we'll go to main.razor and we'll add that logic here. It will be loaded when the first time our Blazor app is loading, either in .NET Blazor hybrid or Blazor WASM or Blazor server, anywhere. This is the first thing which is going to be loaded once. So we will have this on initializing async only once, and then we'll have this logic, right? Now we need to inject this navigation manager here. So let's cut it from here and let's have it navigation manager injected on this page. Fine. Save everything and we are good now. The only thing is, now we need to pass this name to all internal pages. All right. We have this index.razors. First thing, let's change this index.page content. We are not going to have anything here, or we can have simply loading state or something like that. We can have it like this. Save. We can say, okay, we'll see later what we are going to do on this page. For now, let's have a empty span. We are not doing anything. We'll do, or let's say checking or state or something like this. Fine. Main.razor, we have this. Everything looks fine, and let's run it. We'll see how it is behaving. Remove. We are on home. By the way, that was the previous app I showed you. It is loading. Blazor is loading, checking auth state. This is index. And then we have this welcome, please enter your name. This is coming from this main.razor. Okay. And see, if we cancel it, again we got it. If we cancel it again, we got it again. If we cancel it again, then we have this error. Your name is required to continue with the app, and we have okay. And in this case, we should change this checking auth state. We should have some error message, so that will do. But let's run it again. This time we'll provide the name, and when we provide the name, it will freak out. Let me add the breakpoint here. Right now it is at this place, this one. So let me provide the name away. Okay, we are here. Okay, it was coming from here. So we are here. Now we can check. We have name as Abhay. It is going to save the state, and we are going to continue with the navigation manager.navigate to home, which does not exist right now. So it will say the default, sorry, there's nothing at this address, and this is coming from the main.razor. Where is this? From here. If the URL not found, it shows this, sorry, there's nothing at this address. Cool. Stop it and let's run it again, and this time we have name directly because we stored it. We saved it in the device's secure storage. Loading, checking out state. It came here, and this time we have name already. And we'll continue. So this time this is going to skip this and this navigation manager, and we don't have that page right now. Cool. So looks like this thing is working. Now we are good with this logic. There is only one thing. The same logic we need on our Blazor WebAssembly project site. So let me go there, Blazor WASM web. So we need the similar thing. Let me copy this and we'll paste it in our web, and at same place. This in .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid it was main.razor, but in Blazor WebAssembly we have the same thing in app.razor. This is the starting point of our Blazor WebAssembly app. So we'll add that code here, right? And this import using namespace, this common, underscore imports.razor. We'll do same thing for Blazor WebAssembly. Fine, save. And now everything looks fine. There is only one problem. But before that, it cannot find navigation manager. We can inject this in app.razor as well. So let me do this. Inject navigation manager. Fine. The only thing is the secure storage. Now this does not uh, exist in the Blazor WebAssembly because there is no secure storage in the browser. We have local storage and session storage. We can use those and we can access those using JavaScript basically. Fine. And then comes this display prompt and display alert. So for alert and prompt also, we don't have these native things in the Blazor WebAssembly browser side. We have the browser's prompt and alert. So we need to access those and these will be accessed from the JavaScript side as well. Now, if you see, first we can modify these. What we can do, we can inject. We'll do a similar different approach, but for now, let me show something to you. So we can inject IJS runtime and let's call it JS runtime only, JS runtime. Fine. And from JS runtime, when we are fetching the name, what we'll do, we'll say JS runtime dot invoke async. Type of data we are looking, that is string. Then comes the method name, the JavaScript function name. So that we are going to have window dot local storage store. What is the issue? Window dot local storage. Window dot. What happened to my keyboard? Okay, something is not right with my keyboard. Then we need to pass window.localstorage.get item. We have this get item function on local storage, and we next thing we need to provide the parameter name, and that parameter name is going to be the key, and the key we have, that is this app constant storage key dot username. Okay, something is still not right. Okay, my keyboard and mouse, these are freaking out. Fine. So we have this name. We got it from JS runtime window.localstorage.get item. Let's do the similar thing when we are setting the item at this place. So let's copy this complete thing. We'll come here. We'll say this time we need to set the item. So we'll use invoke void async method, which does not return anything, and instead of get item we will say set item, which expects two values. First one is key and the second actual value, that is name. Now we can get rid of this thing. Next thing, we need to show prompt, and in the browser we can display the prompt. Let me use this thing first. Name await JS runtime invoke async, and it will return string and actually nullable string. And here we can say window dot prompt. This is the method which we can pass to the browser, and then we can pass the message, and that message is going to be welcome, please enter your name. So how we cannot pass two parameters to this, it expects only one parameter. So instead what we'll do, we will pass only one, but we'll use next line character /9. So this is going to break this in two lines. Welcome, then please enter your name. Cool. Now for displaying the alert, similar thing, we will use this invoke void async. And this time the method name is going to be window.alert, and the value same, it expects only one value, but we need to pass two values. So we'll do the similar thing. We'll use the new line character /n, and then okay is not going to be there because we cannot have buttons here. So errors are gone, looks fine. On pages, index.razor, let's have the same thing which we have there. So we'll have a span, we'll say, let's say checking or state. Cool, let's run this. And let's see what we got. Okay, it is coming, app is loading, and we have this prompt, welcome, please enter your name. We'll cancel it, it will ask again, we'll cancel it, it will ask again, we'll cancel it. Now we have that alert, okay, and we do not have anything. Now let's restart it. This time we'll provide the name. This time we will provide our name, we'll say okay, and now it navigated to /home, which page that this page does not exist. So we have this, sorry, there's nothing at this address. And this time, next time if we open the app again, this time it should directly navigate to /home, because right now we have name stored in the local storage. We can check it, it navigated to directly home, and we can check it in the browser's console, application, local storage, and we can see this username aware. So it got set. Okay, so the same feature, same thing is working, but there is one thing. That thing is we are duplicating the complete code, right? We should not duplicate, we should have it at some centralized place. Now we need to find out what that place is going to be. Now the problem is this JS runtime and all these things, these can live inside Blazor WebAssembly only, but the secure storage and app.current.main page, these can live inside the Blazor .NET MAUI side only. So where should we put these? And if we are going to put them in common, then how we are going to get the correct implementation? So we should have something which will provide that the OS, the platform is this, then pass this, and if the platform is browser, then pass those, just runtime and all those. So that this thing we are going to do next. We have two projects for common things, so we can put the common things in .common and .common.components. So .common.components, this is Razor class library, so it is going to have our Blazor Razor components. But in this case, the thing we need to share that does not involve any HTML or any template thing. This is purely code related thing, right? The direct C# code. So we should have it in our common project, right? So in common, we'll create a folder. Let's say we'll call it services. Okay, and in this services, this is not proper authentication, but let's consider it as auth because we are getting the name. So we'll name this as auth service. So we'll save it, we'll say auth service. Let's say public class auth service, and in this auth service, not services, auth service, rename service. Yes, cool. Now in here we'll have a method public async task string. In the label string we'll say get auth, or maybe authenticated username, something like, or let's say get username, and we are good. Now we need to have the this logic in there. So let me copy this, not navigation manager, except navigation manager, we'll have everything. Now comes the issue, the same issue I mentioned, that we have two different storage options. For MAUI we have secure storage, for WebAssembly we have local storage. Same goes with this app.current.mainpage.display prompt and alert. For prompt and alert we have different implementations for MAUI and for WebAssembly. So how can we combine these? The option we can have an interface which will give these methods, the centralized methods, and the implementation we will provide. If we are getting this from MAUI, we will provide an implementation of MAUI, and if we are calling that from Blazor WebAssembly, we'll pass the Blazor WebAssembly implementation. Yeah, sounds cool. So let's create interfaces. So we'll create, or maybe let's have a new folder altogether here. So we'll create a new folder and we'll call it interfaces. Fine. And here we'll create our interfaces. New item, code, interface, and the interfaces we are going to call. So we have two things, right? First, we have storage. Second, we have these alerts. So we'll create two interfaces. First, let's say I alert service. I alert service. Change it to public. And from alert, now let's create second one also. Public interface I storage service. So we have these two interfaces. Okay. The methods we need in alert, we need two methods. First one is public async task, and that is for prompt. So nullable, and we'll say prompt async, right? And in here we can pass message and title. Title. Fine. Not public async, my bad. Task string prompt async. The second one, we are going to have alert. So task, it is not going to return anything. We'll say alert async. And here also we'll have the same parameters, string message, string title, and this time title we can have the default, and that is going to be alert. And then the third optional parameter, we are going to have button name, basically because we have this functionality on MAUI side, so we are going to use this, and we cannot have the button name, that okay cancel button names on browser side, but we are good because we have this functionality on MAUI side, we can pass this. So okay, and we are good with these. Now let's go to storage service, and in storage we are going to have two methods. First one is to set the data. So for that we can have task, and we'll say save to storage, or let's say save async. And in this we can have a key and value, and then we can have another one which is going to be this task of string nullable string. It can get return null. We'll have get async, and this time we will not have value, we'll have simple key, right? So save these, remove everything clean, and let's move this iStorage service to its separate file. And right now we need these two, that's why we are using these two methods, but we'll keep on adding other methods as we need them on the way, right? Cool. Is it visible? It should be fine. So now what we can do in this auth service, let me remove this first. Instead of directly using these things, we can inject these. So what we'll do, we'll have I alert service, and I storage service. We'll have a storage service. So let me add the fields for this. Private read only fields. So private read only I alert service, I storage service. Now we are going to use these things in these methods, right? So when we are getting the name, instead of getting it from secure storage.default.getAsync, what we'll do, we'll say storage service dot get async, then we'll pass the key. When we are here, when we are displaying prompt, what we'll do, we'll say alert service dot prompt async, and from here we can have the same message and title. Okay, we need to change this. So title is going to be here and message first. Message and then title. Cool. Same thing, display alert. So here what we'll do, we'll have our alert service dot alert async, and here we need to provide message, title and button. So we'll have message, title and button. Just we need to change these. First message, then comes title and then comes the button, and we can return from here. What is the issue? String task is required. Okay, because this is, we are returning something from here, so we can say return now. We have the username, then we need to set it to the storage. So instead of using this, we'll use storage service dot save async, and then we'll pass the key and value. Cool. And after this, we need to return the name. Fine. So everything is fine. Remove this auth service. We have this auth service. Now we can use this auth service from both the places, right? So let's do this. We need this auth service. So first thing, we need to add this to the dependency container. So for that, I'm not using any interface for this, but if you want, you can. But because this is going to be same, this is not going to be changed or multiple implementations of this, so I'm having it like this only. Okay, so you can inject it if you want. You can add it, add an interface, but I'm not adding it. So now we have two different projects, so we need to add this to two different uh, files. Basically we can have, so we'll say builder.services.add. Let's have it as singleton, or maybe transient. We need it on the first page only. Transient, and we need auth service. Save. Then copy this. This is in Blazor WebAssembly. Sorry, .MAUI Blazor. And same. We'll go to web project. Here we have program.cs, and here before build.run async, we'll add this. Save everything, and we are good. Now the only problem is it will freak out because this auth service requires implementation of these two things, alert service and storage service. So we need to provide body for these two services. For that, what we'll do, we will create services folder in a .MAUI project. So we'll create a folder services, and here we'll create two files, one for alert service and one for storage service. So we'll say alert service public class alert service, and we'll implement iAlert service interfaces. iAlert service. Cool. We'll implement this interface like this. So this is .NET MAUI, and we know alert. What we can do, now let's use async, and we can use page.current, and again I'm doing thing app.current.main page dot, for display we have display alert, message, title, button name, right? Message, no, title, message and button name. I should have named it like that only, but yeah, no problem. Like this, it should be awaited. Fine. And the same thing, the similar thing, not same thing, we'll do in prompt async. This time we'll return main page dot prompt async, display prompt async, and this requires title, message and then OK button. So title, message and OK button, that means the same signature. What is the issue? Okay, button name. So here we'll hard code it to OK. Cool. So we are using this thing at both the places and the type of main page is page. So let's do one thing. Let's create a constructor and let's have it private read only nullable page here, not page only, underscore page, and we'll set it inside its constructor. So page equals app dot current dot main page. And then we'll use this underscore page. We can remove this app, we can have this current directly, but I like explicit things, so if we can get to know that this is coming from app. And here also we'll say underscore page. And we are good with the alert service in .NET MAUI. Let's do the similar thing for storage service. So public class storage service, fine, and here we'll implement iStorage service. So let's implement this, implement interface, fine, and we are saying, when we are saying get async, this time what we are actually doing, it should be nullable, right? Task string, this is nullable, this should be nullable get async, fine. And from here we will use await and we'll say secure storage dot get async key, like this. And when we are saving, we can use the same await secure storage dot set async key and value, and we are good. Here also we are using secure storage for both the places. So what we can do, we can have this, I'm using this approach so that if tomorrow we want to okay, that we can use from here also, we don't want to modify it, but this is a best practice. We should add dependency in here only. We can inject these if we want, or we are not injecting, then we can use this approach that uh, assign the values in the constructor so that we can use it throughout the class. Cool. So the secure storage we will use here private read only high secure storage, and we'll call it storage, and here we'll provide storage equals secure storage dot default. Oh, I made a mistake here. So underscore storage, we'll use this underscore storage, and here also we'll use underscore storage. Fine. So we are done with these two services. Now let's let's register these services to our dependency container. Right now we are in MAUI project only. So we'll go to MAUI and here we'll register these to builder.services. Add singleton. We are going to add first I alert service like this, and we are going to set the alert service for this, which will come from its services. Cool. And then we'll do the same thing for the I storage service. I storage service and the implementation storage service. Cool. So we are good with MAUI project. Now we need to do the similar thing for our WebAssembly. So for that also we are going to create a new folder in our Blazor WebAssembly, and that is going to be, you guessed it right, services. The same approach. And here also we'll create class which is alert service, the same name, service, and let's copy the implementation from here. So we'll copy both of these, we'll change the values for sure, but let's add these here. We need JS runtime here, For that, let's inject this IJS runtime and underscore JS runtime IJS runtime. We are injecting it JS runtime. This will be provided by framework only, Blazor only. Underscore JS runtime equals this JS runtime, and we are good with this. Now, when we are saying alert async, what we need underscore JS runtime dot invoke void async, and in here we need the identifier, that is the name of the function, JavaScript function, in this case, which is window dot alert, and then comes the parameters to this function. So in our case, the parameters are, first we'll have title, then we'll have a new line, then we'll have our message. So we are good. Now let's copy this similar thing, or not, don't copy. We will say return underscore JS runtime dot invoke async. This time we'll use invoke async, not invoke void async. It will be nullable string, and the type of the name of the method is going to be prompt. This is coming from JavaScript, and then same title and message, we can copy the same thing like this. Cool. And we are returning something. This is nullable, this should be nullable, and this should be awaited. And when this is awaited, it should be an async method. So we are good with alert service. Now let's go to the secure storage, the storage service. So instead of using this secure storage, what we'll use here, okay, the storage, we cannot have it like this, so we need to inject the same IGS runtime. So I'll copy it from here, I'll do this, and constructor should be this. Cool. JS runtime, so we are going to use this JS runtime only. So underscore JS runtime dot same invoke async, because we are getting some data from the browser, and the type of data is going to be nullable string, and the name of function is going to be window dot local storage dot get item. And we can have one thing here, we can say private read only string, we can say storage name, underscore storage name, or we can have it as a constant also, but let's have it like this only. Here we'll say window dot local storage, and then we can use this underscore storage name directly here. So what we'll do, so instead of this hard coded here, we can use like this. The benefit of this is, if we want to change it to session storage tomorrow, we will just have to replace this one line. So everything else in this class file is going to be same. So we don't have to make changes at multiple places. This is the benefit of using this approach, right? Now let's use all best practices like this and like this. Fine. Then we can, next thing, we need to pass the parameter for this function, and in this case the parameter is key. Sorry. Cool. The similar thing we need to use when we are saving the data. This time, instead of invoke async, we will use invoke void async, because we are not getting anything in return. Here we'll do the similar thing. Instead of get item, we will use set item, and then key and value like this. and our storage service is also done. Now we have all these two services. Let's let's register these services in our program.cs. So we can copy these two lines and then we can add these lines here. So we'll register these as singleton. The namespace is going to be web.services, this one. Cool. We are good. The only thing is let's move these two separate files. So move type to storage. We have two alert service and storage service in services. And similar thing we'll do in MAUI. And we are move type to storage services. Cool. Next thing is we need to inject these things in our pages. First, let me close all tabs first. And when we are working with MAUI, let's go to main.razor and we need to have that logic here, that auth service here. So for that, let's inject that auth service, and that auth service we are going to get it from the namespace, this one. This is coming from this namespace, so let me copy this namespace and add it to imports.razor in both the project. So in MAUI at the rate using this, and the same thing in WebAssembly. Fine. Now let's save everything, main.razor. Now we can get this auth service. Then we'll say auth service. Now we have access to this auth service. So in on initialized async, when we were patching the name, what we'll do, we will simply, for now, let's comment everything out. Let's have this navigation manager here only. And what we'll do, we'll say var name equals await auth service dot get user name. Fine. Now we'll check if we actually got username or we were not able to get the username. So we'll check if string dot is null or white space. That means user did not provide the, what we call it, the name. He did not provided anything in the prompt, and we tried 3 times and we did not get anything. In that case, we are going to return from here string dot is null, yeah. And if that's not the case, we will redirect user to home. So let's try to run the MAUI app. We have made so many changes. Let's try if everything is still works the same. So we are in .NET MAUI, run it. Let's see. App is loading. Let me quickly add a breakpoint. I don't know if it is going to hit or no. Yes. Cool. Let's add a breakpoint at next place as well. Continue. Oh, we already have the name set in local in secure storage. So this functionality is working. We can continue and we'll say sorry, there's nothing at this address. That means the happy flow that is working. So this thing, we got the data in our storage. So the flow is working, interface and implementation is working. Now let's to check if this is actually working. Let's uninstall the app. So the name is Notes MAUI Blazor. Notes, where is Notes MAUI Blazor? This one. Let me uninstall the app. Uninstall. Okay. And let's run it. This time it should display that prompt. and we have this prompt. We can cancel it, it will come again. We can cancel it, it will come again. And let me cancel it again. So we have that error. That means alert and prompt and storage, all three services are working fine. We are here, and now we can return and nothing will happen. Let's stop it and run it again. This time we will provide the name, so it will navigate to /home where of course there is nothing at that address. Continue. We have this, we'll provide the name. Okay, we have this name this time. Continue, and it got navigated. So everything looks fine, everything is working as before, this time with the code at centralized place and the common, right? So we can get rid of this complete thing. Let me delete thing. So we'll do a lot of this kind of stuff. First we'll implement something, then I'll show you the better way to do that. So we'll do a lot this thing in this complete video. Okay, do please do let me know in the comment if you're liking this video and if you're learning something new. Fine. Now let's go to our uh, Blazor WebAssembly. So on app.razor, same thing. Let's comment everything, and now we can copy this thing directly, right? Copy, and let's paste it here. The only thing is we need to inject this auth service. We don't need IGS runtime this time. We need just auth service and navigation manager. Fine. Let's try to run this. So Blazor WebAssembly run. Let's see. And it got redirected to home because we have the data. Let's do one thing, go to application, local storage, and let's delete this username. Fine. Remove the /home and let's run. It should show the prompt this time. It showed the prompt, welcome, please enter your username. We'll cancel it, cancel and cancel. Now we can see error, your name is required. That means prompt and alert, both of these things are working. Let's run it. This time we will provide the name and we'll provide our name Abhay Prince and we'll say okay. And now it got redirected to this one. Now if we open it again, it will directly redirect to the /home because we have the name in our local storage application, and we can see the username Abhay Prince, and that means this thing also working and we can get rid of all this code. Cool. Fine. So far so good, everything looking great. Cool. We need to pass this name to all other components, all other pages, whatever page we have, we need to have this name. So there could be two different approaches. So one, we can have some centralized service, basically a state. It will have a class and we will inject that service here. We'll set the name here and all other components and pages can access that property from that particular state, and we need to register that state as a singleton. So I already created a video related to this and you can find that on my channel. It is sharing or passing data from .MAUI to Blazor, Blazor to MAUI. So that is the similar approach. But in this one, we have the second approach, that is cascading parameters. So cascading parameters, the way it works, it is kind of provide and inject. We will provide the value from here and it will be accessible throughout the app for all the child components. In this case, we are adding that cascading value here on this app.razor. So this value is going to be available throughout the app because each and every page, is going to be rendered inside this router. So we'll have access to this cascading value which we are setting here. Here we'll set two things. First is name, and we can have it hard-coded name, or we can have it from our app constants, right? So in app constants, let's have, or maybe let's reuse this storage keys username. So here we can have app constants dot uh, storage keys dot, what was the name? Username. Fine. That will have a value, and that value is going to be this name, and we don't have this name outside of this on initialize. So let's create a variable here which will say, let's say underscore name with default value as empty, underscore name, and we'll set this underscore name here like this, and we are good. Or it can be the label. Okay, so we can have another approach as well, and that is going to be, we'll set this underscore name after this. Let's do this here. Underscore name equals name, and then we'll set this value to this underscore name. Fine. Now we can access this value throughout the app in all the pages. So let's do the similar thing in our main.razor. So we'll have this name main.razor like this. After this we'll set underscore name equals name, and then we'll wrap this in this cascading value like this, like this. So do let me know in the comment if you were aware of this cascading value, cascading parameters. If not, I can plan a dedicated video for this. And do let me know in the comment if you want a dedicated video for sharing data in Blazor apps. Cool. Next thing, we need to have this slash home, this route. So now we can have this home page. This will be kind of same for both .NET MAUI and Blazor WebAssembly. So this page is going to be common. So the best place for this is going to be this Razor class library, that .common.components project. So here we'll create a folder that is pages, and in this pages I will add a new Razor component and I'll call it home page. Add, or we can have it home only, but we are good. The route for this is going to be the thing which we are setting, right? That is this home. Okay, so home page, and we'll call it from common components. Let's see if we can get to this project, right? So we have this project referenced from our MAUI and Blazor WebAssembly. First, let's work with from MAUI only. We have reference to this, and we need to add this page to Blazor, this .NET MAUI. So the way we can add this is when we have this app assembly. At this place, if we have routable components, in this case, this page, this is a routable component. Routable components means which has this @page attribute, and we are navigating to this using some route. In this case, that is slash home. So if we have routable components in some other assembly, so the way we can add that on this router, we need to tell the router that there could be some other assembly where you need to scan the routes. So we have one attribute the parameter this additional assemblies. We can have the additional assemblies which is of type IEnumerable assembly. So we need to add the assemblies. In this case, we will simply add a new array, and here we'll say of type of that is our home page, and our home page exists in here which is in common components home page. So we need to access this in Razor. We need to add the namespace in the imports.razor. So after common we have components, after that we have pages. Now we can access this home page. Yes, we are able to access this. After this we'll have assembly, because right now we only have the single assembly, so we'll do this and we are good. We added this additional assemblies, so whenever we are navigating to some page, it will first check in this assembly main, which is the same .NET MAUI project, and then it will also scan this assembly, which is this common component assembly. So it will check all these at the rate page directives, and it will get to know, okay, this is the slash home, that means it need to render this page. Fine, if we save it and everything looks fine, let's try to run the MAUI app. Now it should show us that home page from that components project. It is loading. And home page from common components. This is fine. Let's stop it and do the similar thing for our Blazor WebAssembly. The only thing is we need to do first, we need to add the namespace in underscore imports.razor. Let's go here in .web project WebAssembly. We will add it here, common components dot pages, and then we'll add the additional assemblies the same way we added in the MAUI project. In MAUI we added it in main.razor. In WebAssembly we'll add it in app.razor. After on this router, after app assembly, we'll do this additional assemblies. And now let's try to run WebAssembly project. It should also open the same home page from common components. Let's see, it is loading. And we can see the home page from common components. Cool. Stop everything and we are good. Now next thing is, let's access this cascading value, this parameter, this underscore name on that home page, right? So it will come from both the projects. Let's go to components, home page, like this. Here we'll add one h1 and we'll say welcome, and we'll say username underscore username, something like this we can have. And now we need to access this username. So the way we can access the cascading parameters, we'll have a property here which is going to be of type string, and we can name it whatever we want. In this case, let's name it username, and this should be a cascading parameter because we are going to access the value from cascading value. Cascading parameter username, and we'll tell which cascading parameter it is. So this is going to be the name equals app constants dot storage keys dot username. This, because if you remember on app.razor and main.razor we set this name, so we are providing this name. So this is here, and next we'll provide default value for this, which is system.empty, And now we can access this @username here. Cool. So now this should work for both the platforms, .MAUI as well as this Blazor WebAssembly. So let's run it. First, we are in WebAssembly, so let's run it. We should see welcome, then the username. Okay, WebAssembly is coming. And welcome Abhay Prince. It got the name, and let's try the same thing for .NET MAUI. Run it. Sorry. .NET MAUI loading and welcome Abhay Prince. So that means this cascading parameter, cascading value is also working. The value is getting set successfully, and we are able to access this value, and this common component, this is being used from both the platforms, right? Cool. So now when we are here, we can start designing our app. Cool. Okay, let's see what we need to build. So we'll see our sample app, which is this one. Okay, first thing we need to have this background color, which is throughout the app, right? This background color. Cool. And this background color, we need to set it throughout the app. So we'll have it in the this common components file, right? Here in this triple W root, we'll create a new folder that is called CSS. And in CSS, we'll add a new item which is going to be web ASP.NET Core Web Content Style Sheet. So we can say common.css. What a innovative name, common.css. We'll have our color here. So let me copy the colors. So we have the colors here, and we are adding these to root, so it will be available throughout the app. We have these three variants of the same color: main, light, and lighter. So this is the darker, and these names are not very descriptive, but let's have like this only. Main is the dark color, this is light, and this is lighter. So these are three labels of the colors. Fine. After this, we will simply use the body tag, and we'll say the background color of variable, and the variable is color main. Fine. Apart from this, we will use this font is not the default font, so we will change the font. We'll check the MAUI project. We have CSS, we have app.css, and we are setting this font open iconic and all this. We don't need this, we can get rid of this. Then HTML and body, we can comment this out as well. We are not going to use this font family. We'll use our font family from common.cs because we need the same font for both the versions. So we'll use from here. So HTML and body and font family this, but we'll need our font. So let me copy that font. We are going to use Ubuntu font, which you can download from Google Fonts. I have it downloaded. Let me add it. So I have copied these fonts, Ubuntu Bold and Ubuntu Regular, in our triple W root folder in common components, right? So in here, in for our HTML and body, what we'll do, we'll set the font family. Oh, something is not right. My mouse and keyboard are not working properly. Okay, so the font we'll use Ubuntu, and the place from where we'll get this. We'll have src. Oh, not like this. We need to have this in font family. So we'll have font face. This is all CSS. So we need to cut this, add this here like src. Src is going to be relative to this URL, which is dot slash. We have fonts folder here. Not dot slash. We have dot slash. We have fonts, and then in here we have our Ubuntu regular.ttf. Let's use this, and then we'll say the format is true type ttf. Cool. Now we can use this in HTML and body like this font family, and we'll use Ubuntu here. And we should always have some fallback fonts. So let's use the same which we were using before. So that was this Helvetica, or like this only we can have like this. Cool. So we set the font family. We have this body where we set this background color as main font face. Now this common.css, we are not using this file, right? We need to have this common CSS for our page, and in .NET MAUI in www root folder we have index.html. This is the main HTML page for our complete app, and here we can see the css app.css file which is specific to this project. Here we need to access that file. The way it works, let me copy this same app.css, and first we'll have that common file, and that we can get how the Blazor shared Razor class libraries work. We can get those by dot slash underscore content slash then the assembly name. So in this case, assembly name is nodes MAUI Blazor WASM.common.components. Let me copy this and come here. So after slash content, we'll add this, and now we have access to the www root folder of this project. In that we have CSS, then common.css. So slash CSS, then we have common.css, common.css. So we have this common styles first, then we have app.css in which we can override some style which will be, we can say, the platform specific. If we want to do this, we can do like this. Cool. Let's save it and let's try to run it, and let's see if we are getting this background color and different font. App is loading, and we can see the background color, this darker color, and we have this different font. I don't know if you can see it because of the color black is not perfectly visible on this color, so but we can see something, right? So that means that styles are getting applied. Okay, let's continue. Let's see the app. So first we have this header section, which is this name and then this plus. So let's first design this thing. It has this darker color, some shadow, and these two things. So let's first run it and then we'll see it. So for me, the hot reload in .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid, sometimes it works, sometimes it just does not work. This time let's see if it is working or not. Where is our home page? Home page.razor. Fine. We are here. Let's start. So we need that header. For that, let's start. So first we'll have a div class. First thing, we need to have text white, and we need to have that background color, or we will use the same header for the next page, the create, save or edit note as well. So let's have a common style for that header, that navbar, and that we are going to have in common.css, right? And what that style is going to be, we'll call it, let's say, MAUI navbar. In this we'll add this. Now first thing, let's have a container where we will have a header name, which is going to be this welcome, and the user name. Save it, and can we see it? Yes, it is working. Cool. We have this thing. After this we will have that plus. So we are going to use nav link, and all this long line, let's cut it and add it to the imports.razor, so that we don't need to add it again and again. In common components, add the rate using, add this, and now we can directly use navlink component. Cool. Navlink href, and that is going to be that save, that new component we'll create later, and we'll add couple of classes here. Class, this is going to be this class, base class. Fine. First btn default, text white, and the text we are going to have, that is plus. So save it and let's see how it looks. And oh, there is some error. Reload. Okay, if there is some error, let's reload. Loading, checking, and now we can see these things, right? Now let's add styling to this MAUI navbar CSS class. So we'll add this and we'll see this side by side. Okay, one thing which I'll do here, it should not be in common, because this is MAUI specific, so there is no point of adding it in common, because we need this only MAUI side, not Blazor WebAssembly side, right? So for .NET MAUI, we have www root css and then app.css, this class. So here we'll add the styling for this. First we'll set display flags. After that we'll use justify content, it should be center. Align items, not center, align items as center. So this align items for vertical, uh, and then this justify content, this is for horizontal. Instead of this, before that justify content, it should be space between, so that these are side by side, left and right. Fine. In here what we'll do, display flags, and the flags direction, it should be row. Save, sorry, not row, column. No, what is the issue? Flags direction, should it be row or column? Okay, it should be the default one. So the problem, homepage.razor, we have this. Oh, my bad. This nav should be out of this. Okay, now we have two child. First is this one, and we have space between. So these are going to be side by side, left and right. Cool. Save everything, And after this, let's have some padding, and padding is going to be 15 and 10, 15 from top bottom, 10 from left right. Okay, then we are going to have it fixed, so position fixed. And when we set position fixed, we need to have the padding on the body so that the content can scroll through after this. So for that, on this body, do we already have some padding on body? Content, padding top. No, we don't have this. Background color, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, let me save it. Okay, like this. Because we have position fixed, so it is not going to uh, have the space on the body. So we need to tell the body that you should start your content rendering after uh, this fixed portion. So for that we need to have a height on this MAUI number. So we'll say the height, which is going to be 55 px, which is a nice height. Save. Fine. And on body we'll say the padding top, padding top, it should be this 55 px. If we save it, we can say this. Fine. And when we set position, we need to set the anchors, the left, right, top, bottom. So for this we'll use left, right, left 0, right 0, so that it takes the complete horizontal width. Fine. Then we'll set top 0 so that it moves, sticks to the top like this. Cool. Now on body we need to have that lighter color. So here we'll say background color, and we'll use the color, what is the name of that color? That is color main light. Right? Color main light. Save. And now we can see that lighter color. And on this MAUI navbar we need to have the main color. So we'll use the background color were color main, and save. Fine, we are seeing something. After this we are using this height here, and we might need it somewhere else as well. So it's better to have it as a CSS variable only. So for this we'll name it navbar height. So double hyphen, this is the naming convention for CSS variables. And here we'll have this 55px. Then we can use this variable at both of these places. So here we'll say this were height of navbar, and then padding top on body. We'll use this same thing. Save everything. It should be same. Fine. Now in MAUI navbar, let's have some shadow. So box shadow, so that it gives the appearance of something like this is a native navbar basically. The box shadow we will have 0, 0, 15px, left, right, left top anchors, then the radius and the color. Save. And now we can see this nice shadow. Cool. After this, when this content is going to be scrolled, so it should be behind this. So let me do one thing, padding top. For now, let me remove this line, what I'm saying. Save. If you will see, okay, this is by default this one. If we remove this color, if this color is something else, we can see this will be, content will be, we could say blend in with this. So the better approach should be, we should have the chat index on the MAUI navbar. We need it on top always. So we'll save it, everything, and now everything looks still same. Cool. Let's, okay, we can click on this. It is navigating to save and if it is coming back, so we have something, we'll see what is the issue. Cool. We'll check it later step by step. So now we can get rid of this. Remove this. Fine. Save everything and we are still good. Cool. So next we can see there is some differences from top and bottom. It should be in center, but it is not in center vertically. So this is because we have some margin, the default margin, which Bootstrap adds to H5 and this BTN. So for that we can come here and on this H5 we can have a class M0. We don't need any margin from any side. Same thing we'll do on this plus icon. So we'll say M0. Save everything. And now we can see this moved a little bit here, right? Next, we need to increase the font size of this plus. So let's have FS1. Save. And it is a lot bigger now. So FS1 is for maybe mimicking the H1 size basically. Cool. So we have this. Header is ready. Fine. Next thing we will work on this page, but before that, let's see this. This top header, this thing. This is in this blue, purple, whatever this color is. This is .NET MAUI color. So the status bar on this Android, this is of the default color, but we need it as our app color, right? So if we see the sample app we are building, we have the app, so the color is different, right? This lighter version of this color. So we need to use this. In order to do this in .NET MAUI, what we need to do, we will use community toolkit. So for that we need to add that NuGet package. So we'll add a NuGet package, that is community toolkit.maui. Community toolkit MAUI, we'll install it. Okay, I accept, and then we'll add it. Next step is to add the use community toolkit in our MAUI program.cs file. Here we'll add this. Cool. Now we need to add the the behavior. This is status bar behavior. We need to add this to change the color of the status bar, and that we need throughout our app. So the main container for our .NET MAUI app, this is main page.xaml, this one, where we have this Blazor web view where our complete Blazor app gets rendered. So this is the main container page. We need to add that behavior here. So for that, what we can do, first we need to add the namespace, and that we can copy from the docs or maybe from some other previous project. Let me copy the namespace. So this is this toolkit namespace. You can search for it, community toolkit MAUI, then you can check for the status bar behavior. For this, we'll set content page dot behaviors, and here we'll set status bar behavior, and here we can set the status bar color. Cool. And this color, we can have the direct color, which is our main color, but the better approach would be, let's add those colors in resources, and where are our resources? Mouse is not working. Okay, yeah. So in resources, okay, we don't have it here. Okay, we'll have it in app.xaml here. So we'll add those colors here. So let me copy those colors. So we'll have these two colors, main color and main color light. The same thing which we have in our CSS, color main light and color main lighters. We don't need lighter in there, but we might need these two, so we are adding these two. So now we'll use this main color light in the main page.xml, this status bar color. Here we'll use static resource and we can use main color light. After that, we can set status bar style. The content is going to be light content, or we can have it as, yeah, let's have it light content only. Save everything and let's run it. So this thing is MAUI specific. This has nothing to do with Blazor WebAssembly. This particular thing, this adding behavior. Apart from this, everything is going to be kind of shared. Let's see. If you are watching this video till now, let's drop a comment that I love this project. I'll check how many of you guys are actually following. I love this project. Drop in the comment. App is loading. And nice. We can see this status bar color. Cool. It looks great. Fine. Let's start working on this main section. So for this, we'll go back to our home page and let's get rid of this H1 and this H3. Save everything and we are good. We don't have anything here. Cool. So let's start. We'll have entire content in a div. Let's call it page. If we have some specific style to that page, we'll add it in this page. Cool. After this, we'll have a bootstrap class, which is div class container fluid to have the complete width. And in here, what we are going to have, we will have a div class called 11 and mx auto. So this call 11, the bootstrap uses 12 grid structure. So call 11 means we are skipping one column, so one part of the page. Then mx auto says that move the content to the center on x-axis, that is horizontally. So we will have half column width left from the left and half column from the right. So it will be 11 columns in the center. Fine. Save. After this, we are going to have our heading, that is all notes and all that. We'll have a div class here. In this, we'll have, let's say, h2, and here we'll say all notes. Save. We can see this. Now on this div, let's have some spacing from the top. So we'll use margin top empty3. Fine. After empty3, we will have, after all nodes, we will have those, if you remember, we had that grid layout, right? That layout chooser. We can use a grid layout and we can use list layout. So we'll have those icons, and now when I set these icons, for the icons in this app, I am going to use the box icons. So you can simply search the boxicons.com on the internet, then you can come here and you can download 2.1.4 box icons. I already have it downloaded. So let me add that to our project, and because we are going to use those same box icons for both the projects, so the best place is going to be add those in this common.components project in www root folder. We already have fonts Ubuntu. Here we'll add the box icons font. So when we say fonts, I copied the fonts in the common fonts folder, box icons, EOTTTF, WOFW, all the available options. And then it gives us this CSS. So box icons.min.css, I added this in our CSS file, right? Now we need to add this CSS in our index.html page. So for that, let's go to the .maui project www.root index.html. We'll add that here. The same way we have added common.css, we'll use the box icons. Content, then the assembly name, CSS, and then we can simply copy the name and we can add here. So box icons.min.css. Fine, let's move it to the top. Fine, like this. Cool. Save everything. Now we can use these box icons in our page basically. So for that, what these box icons give us, so we can check for any icon, we can click on it and then we can see the font. So it gives us this I class BX child. So this is the HTML we can use in our Blazor components in order to render the icons, right? So you can check those. Let me close it. Fine. Here, what we'll have after this all nodes, first let me run the app so that we can see the design side by side. Fine. After this all nodes in MT3, we will have those icons. So for that, let me create a container here. So let's say filter buttons, filter buttons, and here we'll use those two buttons. So button type button class btn default, and in this we will use our uh, box icon class. This is going to be bx, then bx grid alt, like this. Save it, and now we should see something. We can see this one. After this button, next thing, let me copy this button, add one more time, and this time the class is going to be bx menu. This is for that list, like this. Now we need these two icons side by side of this all nodes. So we have this container of both of these items. Here we can say deflex, display flex. Now we can see this here. Next thing, we need to have these on the both corners. So we can say justify content between, justify content between. Fine. And align items center so that these are vertically centered, or not center. Let's move these to end. Cool. Save everything. Now these icons are very small, so this gives us bxsm classes, right? So we can use the same thing for both of these, bxsm. Cool. Now we can see these two things. Fine. We'll add reactivity and selection later, but for now we are just having the design. After this, we will have one horizontal line. So after this div, let's have that HR horizontal rule. This is HTML. Save. We'll see it here in black color, but we don't need this in black. So we'll add classes. First is text white. We need this in white color. Cool. Then we don't need the margin. Okay, we cannot see it right now, but we will be able to see it uh, when we add the content to it. Fine. After this, now we are on this screen. So if you remember, we had that single item here, that single box. If we do not have any note, then it was getting displayed with that plus icon and then the add a note button. So that was a card. So we'll design that card now. So when we do not have any note, then we'll have it here, like we'll have a div, let's say class, and we'll say empty nodes, let's say box wrapper. Fine. And from here also we will navigate to this same URL. So let's have this nav link here as well. We'll design it. Save like this. We can see this plus icon here. Now let's add couple of classes on this nav link. So we don't need these, all these classes, remove everything. We'll see this thing here. Now let's add the classes to this. First thing, we need text center. Then we'll have a box. This will add class to this thing. Next thing, we need text decoration none so that we can get rid of this underline. Then we'll use display flex, justify content center. Let me minimize this. Fine. Justify content center, align items center, and we need this as flex column. Save it. We are adding all these so that we can have the plus sign and the text. So let me remove this, come here, and here we'll have two items. First, we'll have that plus sign. So let me add the span for this. Then we'll have a label. Here we'll say add a note. Let me save, and we can see these two things, right? Now let's change couple of things. First, let's add the styling for this empty notes box wrapper and this box. So this is going to be in common.cs, this thing, and then for box.box, let me save everything. Fine. On the empty notes box wrapper, we'll have the display flags for this. Justify content center. You guessed it. I like justify content center and align item center. Then we'll have a height. And this is, we are going to have it relative. So we'll have it 100 VH, that is the viewport height. After this, we'll have the width, which is again going to be 100 VW. So this is viewport width, and any overflow we have here, we'll simply skip that. So overflow hidden. Save everything, and we can see it here. But this is not that good, right? 100 VH height, but we have a padding of 55 from the top, right? Okay, so what we can do, we can copy this thing, go to specific MAUI specific classes, and here we'll add one thing, which is going to be the height. We'll set this height calc. This is the dynamic calculation in CSS. So we'll have 100 VH minus the this variable padding top, right? This variable. Let's use this here, save everything, and it got to the top, right? It's simply moved. Cool. Save everything, and now let's come here. Now for this box, first we'll have a background color of a variable of this light. So in this case, we will not see anything. Then first we'll have a box shadow. So this is going to uh, display something 0, 0, 5x 5px radius, and the color is going to be white. Now we can at least see something, right? Cool. After this, let's have a padding, and this padding is going to be 8px and 16px. Fine, 8 and 16. After this, what we'll do here, we'll set a min height on this so that it look good. Or let's have the height only, not min height. Height, we are fixing it to 250px. Save, and now we can at least see something. After this, we'll add other, or maybe let's add everything right now only. So this box, we are going to use this box class for all our notes card as well, right? So some things might not make sense right now, but these will make sense once we use this box class for other things, right? Fine. So for overflow, why we are going to use auto, that it will add the scroll bar, and let's have some radius, corner radius, that is border radius 5px. Save, and we can see this radius. After that, for the box, we'll use display flags only. Cool. And then flex direction, this is going to be the column. Next we'll have position relative, and then we'll have this transition, and we cannot see this transition on mobile device, so this is not for MAUI, this is for WebAssembly. So where we have the basically we'll use this for hover effect. So let's use all is in and 0.3s. This is for apply this transition using is in for all the properties, and it should be applied for 0.3 seconds. So we'll see when we'll use this on WebAssembly side, then we'll see it. After this, this is the common box style, but what if this box comes inside this empty notes box wrapper? If this comes inside this, then we'll add some additional styles, and that additional style is going to be, we'll set the height and width, we'll set it fixed to height and width same 250px, and this is coming in this case, so we can see it like this. Cool. And let's add the hover effect on this, which will be used in WebAssembly side, but let's have it. So hover, we can use this when we long press uh, in the mobile, but that is not that good UX. For that, we'll use a box shadow of 0, 0, 10px. Basically, we are increasing the box shadow, and in this case, we are removing the border radius by 0 because the default is 5. It will be 0 when we'll hover over on this box. Cool. So we are good with these. Now let's go to our homepage.razor in here, and let's do one more thing. Let's add one more class on this one. So we'll say add note btn, this class. Save everything. Let's go here. Okay, it broke. We'll work on this. First add note btn. Let's rerun the app. Then we'll add the styling to this add notes btn. So app is here. Now let's work on the styling for this. So add note btn. Here first thing we'll use cursor as pointer. This will be used in Blazor WebAssembly side. Then color black, the text color basically. Now we can see this became black, and we'll add the same transition to this as well. Save, and that comes after this. Add note btn. Inside this we have one icon and one label, right? So let's go here and let's add classes to this as well. Here we'll say icon, and here we'll say the label. So inside add note btn, when we have icon, we'll say font size. So this will become bigger, this plus icon. Then we'll say font weight bold. Save. So this is bolder now. And we'll remove the default styling by padding 0. And let's have opacity of some light opacity. Opacity 0.6. Save, and we can have it lighter. Fine. Similar thing we'll do for label. So when for this thing, when dot label comes under this button, we'll say font size 25px and the same opacity, that is 0.6. Save everything, and now we can see this is a bit bigger and some light color. Cool. After this we'll have that hover effect. If we long press it here, or we are on Blazor WebAssembly, the browser, then when we are hovering over it, we want this to be darker. So for that, what we can do, let me copy this thing, add here. So here we can see when this dot label comes inside add note button and we are hovering over that, then what we'll say, we will have opacity of 1, and we'll have the color as black, right? If we do this, now we can see this is black but this is light blue. So we'll simply copy this label and do the same thing for dot icon. Save, and this is default. If we long press it, we can see this like this. So the things are working fine. Now we are here and we can click on it and it will navigate to the next page. Right now we are coming back, that we'll see what is happening, but it is working. So this is works, and the same way this plus works, right? So we can go there, it comes back, we can go there, it comes back. We are good with this add note button. Now next thing, when we are clicking on this, or maybe okay, we'll work on the listing the notes later. First let's work on the next page, which is the uh, save note page basically. So let's save everything. I saved everything, and now we need a new page, and that page is also going to be shared. So in this pages we'll create a new Razor component, and that we can call save note or something like this. We'll say save note page, save note page, add, and we are good. First we need to have route here, so at the red page we'll use this save everything, and let's have h1 right now. We'll say save page, save everything, run. We are here. Let's click on it. Now we can see the save page. Cool. So we are on this save page. Now we need to have the same navbar, but the content is going to be different. So first let's work on the navbar. So we can simply copy the navbar from home page. So we have that here, like this, at the rate, instead of username we will have, let's say, save note, save everything, and we can see this, right? In this view we'll have three sections. First we'll have that cross button. On clicking on that we'll simply come out of this page. Basically it will behave like we are navigating backward. Then instead of this plus icon we'll have the check mark, and the save note we'll have this in the middle of this section. Okay, so first we need to have that cross mark. So let me copy this plus, we'll come here, and instead of this plus icon we'll use box icon. So I class bx, we have bxx, and then bxsm icon. Let's save, and we can see this cross and save note, then plus, right? So we have this save note. We don't need this div, we can get rid of this div. Cool, save note, and then instead of this plus we will have the check mark, and that also we'll get from the box icons. I class bx check, like this. Save everything, and we can see the things now. Cool. Again we have this inconsistencies. We can see there is smaller space from top and large space from bottom. So on this nav link we have m0. Let's have padding 0 as well, fs1, have this font, right? Let's use, we already have bxsm, right? So the same thing we'll use in this bxsm, and we'll have m0 and p0, and on this h5 we already have m0, so this is fine. Everything looks fine now, right? No, we have this is something. So we have btn, okay, do we need btn classes? No, right? Okay, we can get rid of this btn. So let's have it text white only. If we save it, everything looks fine. Okay, let's have the text decoration none as well, so that it does not get applied when we hover over it. So text decoration none. Save everything, and we are good. fs1, do we need it? No, we can get rid of this. m0, no, text white, btn default, fine. Okay, now we'll work on this page, right? We'll add the form here. So before the form what we should do, we should have our node service ready, because now we need that service. So which we'll use to save the node, edit the node, create a new node, and get the list of the nodes. And that is going to be in common project, where we have services, where we have our auth service. There we'll have a new class which is going to be our nodes service. Node service, fine. And in this project we'll have our models as well. So models, will have a node model basically. So let's create a new folder. We'll call it models, and we'll create a class here. We'll call it node, public class node, public class node. And let's add some properties. First we'll have id, and we are going to use GUID for this. The default value we can have GUID.empty, which is actually default, but we are fine. Then have the title of the node. Then let's have a description of the node. Description. After that, let's have a date time created on, when this node was created. Let's have a default value for this datetime.now. And then we'll have a label datetime property, which will hold when this node was modified. Cool. Now let's have some data annotations here. So we'll have required, notice required, and the max length we are allowing is 75. That is more than enough for title. Then description, this is not required, so we can have this nullable string, but we will have a max length check. Let's have it something like 250 characters. Clean, and we are good with this node class. Fine. Now we'll work on our node service. Clean this up. Fine. Change this to public. Cool. And now we'll have couple of methods here to save the nodes, get all the nodes, and yeah, add and update basically, and deleting nodes. We'll have all those methods here. So first thing, let's have public async task enumerable of our node, which is this node. Let's say get all nodes. Fine. So we are going to save our nodes using our storage service. So how this is going to work on Blazor WebAssembly side, it is going to be saved. All these nodes are going to be saved in the browser's local storage, and in .NET MAUI side, these are going to be saved in browser's mobile devices secure storage. So this is not the correct place to store in mobile side. This should be in SQLite database. But for now, I am going to use the same centralized storage service, and I'm going to save these nodes in secure storage. If you want a next part of this series, in that we can enhance this app and I can save these nodes in the SQLite database in the mobile side instead of the secure storage, do let me know in the comments. Drop comments. If I got enough comments stating that we need SQLite database for saving the nodes in the .NET MAUI side, then I'll definitely create an extension of this project, this video, where we'll use the SQLite to store the nodes. Fine. So here we will inject our storage service, which is storage service, storage service, storage service. Fine. Now we'll get our nodes. So the data we are storing in the storage, this is going to be serialized, because local storage and secure storage, both of these supports only string data. So all this going to be serialized nodes. So we'll get the nodes from storage service dot get async, this method we have, and we need to provide a key. And for key, we can go to app constants, and we have the storage keys, so we can use this. We'll add one more constant, we'll say nodes, and we can name it whatever we want, the value. And here we'll use app constants dot storage keys dot nodes, and we are good. We fetch the data, we get the data. Now we'll check if the serialized nodes actually had some values or not. So we'll use string dot is null or white space if the serialized nodes had some value. Then we'll deserialize that. So we'll say var nodes equals JSON serializer, which will come from system.text.json. Then we'll simply deserialize IEnumerable of nodes, serialized nodes. Fine. And we will use centralized JSON serializer options so that we can use those for deleting, fetching, adding nodes. So let's use private read only JSON serializer options, and let's have this default right now. We can use this, we can add the other values if we want. Or let's follow the same approach we followed in other services like this. We'll initialize this in the constructor. Fine. So when we are deserializing, we'll pass the second parameter, which is this JSON serializer options. Fine. So now we have our nodes in this nodes. From here, we can return the nodes. Cool. And what if there was nothing in the storage? In that case, we'll simply return an empty collection of nodes. So enumerable.empty node, right? Here we know this is not going to be null. So we can use this null forgiving operator. Fine. So we have get all nodes. After this, we'll work on creating and editing the nodes basically. So let's add a new node. So for that, we'll say public async task add node. Fine. Here we'll use note as a parameter. Now we'll first check if note.id is guid.empty. That means we know we do not have the uh, we do not have any ID. That means we are creating a new node. This is a fresh new node. So we'll set the ID using guid.newGUID. We are setting the ID. Then we'll get all nodes. So these we can get from awaiting this get all nodes, right? So get all nodes async. Let's async. So we'll use get all nodes async. We have this, and we need to add our node to this one. So we'll use the to list here. We have nodes list now. After this, we can simply add our node to this. So nodes dot add this node, this new node, we added this, and then we'll simply update the nodes collection basically. So we will use storage service dot save async, and here first we need key that we know we have app constants dot storage keys dot nodes, and then the value is going to be this nodes. So we are going to serialize it. So we'll say serialized nodes, and we'll use JSON serializer dot serializer nodes and JSON serializer options, the default, and then we'll use this serialized nodes here like this, and await this. So we are going to need this thing multiple times when we are updating, deleting all. So let's extract this out to a separate method where we'll say private async task and let's say save nodes. And here we'll get enumerable of nodes and we'll do something like this. Enumerable of nodes and we'll do this. And after adding this to nodes collection, we'll say this await save nodes and async and we'll pass this nodes collection, updated nodes collection. This should be add node async. Fine. After adding, let's work on the updating node. So we'll have public async task we'll say update node async. Here again we'll get a node and we'll check. This time we'll check the opposite of this. If this is not empty, that means node.id has some value. That means we already have this node, so we'll update it. For that, first we need to access all the nodes, which we can use get all nodes async. Then we'll find out the node to update that we can get from this nodes collection. From here, we'll access the first or default node and we'll simply say n.id equals node.id like this. And if we have this node to update, if this is not null, so we have this is edge case, but still it's better to have this condition here. We'll update the node. So node to update dot title, we'll update it using node.title. Then node to update the description, we'll add it, and then node to update dot modified on this we'll use datetime dot now, and this is default, but for this also let's have this node dot created onto datetime dot, not UTC now, we are using now. Fine. And here we have updated everything. Now we'll simply use await save nodes async and we'll pass this nodes collection and it will be updated now. Cool. Now let's work on the third part, which is deleting a nodes. So we'll say await async task delete node async, and this time we can simply have the ID. We don't need to have the complete node. First we'll check if this ID actually had some value. So this will say if this is not guid.empty, that means we have this ID. Then we'll simply check if we have this node. So we can do this approach. Yeah, let me copy these two lines and get all nodes async. This time we'll say node to delete, and this time we have direct access to ID. Here we'll check if node to delete is not null. Then we'll simply remove these nodes from our nodes collection, and because this is enumerable we cannot use this, so we'll need to change it to list. We'll say to list and then we can use the remove method and node to delete. After this we'll simply save the nodes collection back to the storage. So we have saved it as well. Cool. Everything looks fine now. We have all these. There is one case missing, which is when we will open the note in edit mode. We need to get the note details. For that we'll say public async task note. It could be nullable because we can pass some invalid ID from mobile, it is fine, but from Blazor WebAssembly from browser it will not be fine, so we need to have it like this. Here we'll say get note async and we'll have access to GUID of ID. Here, first we'll check if ID is not equals GUID.empty. That means we have some ID. If that's not the case, we'll simply return null. Now we need to have access to that particular item. So for that, first we can have var nodes equals await get all nodes async, and from here we can return nodes dot first dot default and dot id equals id. Like this, we'll have access to this node. Okay, so our node service, this is fine. We already worked on storage service, so this will work out of the box. Now we can register this node service in our dependency container. Right now we are working on .NET MAUI only, so we'll register it here. So let's have it. It will be used on all the places, so let's register it as singleton only. Add singleton like this nodes service. I have not used interface for this, but you can use if you want. Cool. We have access to node service. Now we can inject this node service directly on our save nodes page and our home page. Cool. So we'll work on saving the nodes first, and we'll work on it after some time. So it's been more than 2 hours, 2.5 hours actually. So just you can take a break. I'm going to take a break and I'll be back soon. You will not see that break. I'm going to pause the recording, then I'll resume the recording when I'm back. Okay, so till the time you can drop me in the comments if you're liking this video, if you are following along, or you are simply watching the video right now and you will try to implement all this later. So do let me know in the comments. Hey, so I'm back. Now let's start designing this page. First, we'll have our model because we already created node model, so we'll use that model here. So let me have it as private, or rather let me stop it. Private node, and the node, it is coming from our common dot models. So let me add it to the imports dot razor using common dot models. Fine, save it, and now we should be able to have this note here. Private note. What's the issue? Imports razor. Oh, my bad. I added it to the MAUI, but this page which we are working on, this is in this common dot components. So I need to add it to common dot components. I'll use it here, and now we can have this node, and let's call it model. We'll have default value. Fine. Now we'll use this model. So this check mark on the top header, so it is going to be used as a submit button. So if we are using that as a submit button, so we'll change this nav link. Maybe let me run it so that we can see it designing. Cap is here. Let me navigate to the save node page. Fine. And now we will change this nav link to submit button. For that, let me add a button here. Button type submit, and then we'll use the same classes btn btn. Oh, what is happening? btn default and text white. And in this we'll use the same this box icon as check mark, and then we can get rid of this nav link. Save, and everything should uh, be the same. Fine. Now we have the submit button. Then we'll have one more submit button when we'll add our fields and all those. So the submit button, it should be inside the edit form so that it can trigger the form submission. So what we'll do here, we will have an edit form. Let me add this using in the imports.razor so that we don't have to add it on the page, and we can use this throughout this project. So we'll say at the rate using this, continue editing, go back, we can remove this edit form, and this edit form, it will contain the complete app for this page basically. So when we use edit form, we need to provide a model, and in this case model is going to be our model, this note model. And after that we will use on valid submit, where we'll provide our method to save the note. So let's have it private async task save note async. Fine, and here we'll call it save note async. Cool. And we have added data annotations, so let's add the data annotation validator here to force the data annotation validations basically. Fine, now we have this header, and after this header now we need to have our complete form. So for that, what we are going to do, we will have a div class container fluid complete width, then we'll have a div class row, and on this row we will have the complete height. We'll take this complete height, so we'll say min vh 100. This class is coming from bootstrap, which means minimum height for this div, we need it as a viewport height 100%. Okay, and now we will have continue editing. Let me rerun it. Okay, go to save node page. Fine. In here we'll have a class div class, and here the classes I'm going to use will use a common class which will be used in WebAssembly and this mobile as well. So right now all these classes will not make sense, but when we'll see this for WebAssembly browser version, then these will make sense. So bear with me. So we'll use xxl5 call. If this is XL, we'll use 6. If this is MD, medium devices, we'll use 8. And if this is SM, we'll use 10. These classes we need like this. After this, we also have a class MT3. Add margin top 3. Fine. Inside this, now we'll have our complete form, the title and description and our button. So for that, we'll have a container basically. So div class, let's say mobile form container, and in here we'll have our complete form. So we'll start it, we'll use div class mb3 margin bottom 3. This is the way we create form elements using bootstrap. Okay, and in this I'm going to use the floating label design. You can check the documentation on Bootstrap's official website. So I already have it, so I'm going to use it directly. Div class from floating. This is the main class. Inside this, we'll have our input text. And for this input text, we'll bind its value. Bind value with our model's title. So that is going to be model.title. Model.title. Fine. And then we'll add couple of classes here, and the classes are going to be form control, border 0, rounded 0, and we'll use, let me open this, like this, rounded 0, and we'll use a bigger font. So that is going to be FS. Oh my god. FS4, and close it, save it. Found a malformed. What is the issue with this input text? Is there any issue with this? Bind value. No, I don't see any problem. Let me rerun. See, remember when I was starting this video, I told you that this hot reload with .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid, it's worth some time. Now, this is the time. Fine, we have this input text here. After this, we'll add that label. For that, we can have that label directly here, and we can say note title. Note title like this, and dot dot dot, save it. And now we should see the note title. Okay, cool. After this, on this box, this input text, what we'll do, after FS4, we will use a background color, and that BG color is going to be BG. Okay, we should have one more class in our common.css. So we have these colors. We'll create helper BG classes with these color. So we'll say BG main dark, not dark, BG color main, or let's say BG main only. BG main, where we will set this main color. So we'll say background color var this one, and we'll enforce it. Then let me copy this 2 more times. Copy, paste, paste, and we'll use the same approach we are using with variable names. So light, color, main, light, and then lighter. Main and lighter. Save everything, and let's come here, and here we'll say BG main lighter. Save, and we can see this now. Cool. After this, what we are going to do, we are going to add the next description box. For that, let me copy this MB3. We'll paste it here. And this is going to be input text area. Input text area. Bind value is going to be model.description. The classes, these are going to be Form control is fine. Border 0, rounded 0. We'll set it FS5. The background color we'll use the same color. Border 0, but we'll have a border from bottom. We'll say border bottom. The label we'll change it to description. Description. Save it. We should see this description. After this, on the text area, we'll use rows 5, which is for showing the bigger text area, but with this floating label, this does not work. So we can have explicit styling. So we can set min height to let's say 250 px, save, and now we can see this note description here like this. Okay, fine. After this, let me add the placeholders. So we'll use placeholder on the note. So we'll say enter note title, and then on this text area, this description, we'll use placeholder and we'll say enter note description. Save everything and we should be good now, and we can see this thing is working, right? Floating label is working. Cool. Fine. Now let's add. If we click on it, nothing will happen. It is this red color outline. We'll change it. We don't want this. We'll change this. But before that, let's have that validation message. So we see that validation kicks in and it is invalid field because the node title is required. But we should have that validation message as well. So for that, what we'll do here in this div class mb3, after form floating, we'll have a small tag, and in this small, what we will have this validation message, and it requires a 4 parameter, and here we'll simply pass underscore model dot title. Add the validation message for this field, and on this small tag we'll add the class display block and text danger, which is going to turn this text in red color. Save everything, and now if we'll do this, we can see the title field is required, but this is something which is coming. We'll see it. What is it? Copy, and we'll do the same thing for our description. Save everything, continue editing, and we should be good now. Now next thing is this outline, this red color. So this must be coming from the default CSS, and we have this. If the field is invalid, it will show outline 1px solid red. But we are not using borders for this. So what we can do, either we can simply remove these. Let me comment this out first. Or we can save it, continue. Now it is fine, we cannot see that. And if we want to change this, we can have the border color. Basically we'll set the border color this, and if we are showing the border, then it will automatically going to be applied. And here also we'll say border color and this red. Save, and we should be good now. Cool. After this, we'll add our submit button, which is going to be a save button. So here we'll say, after this div class mb3, this description box, we'll say div class mb3, and we'll have a button, full width button basically. So we'll say button type submit, button type submit, and we'll say save. And on this we'll add couple of bootstrap classes. So btn primary, and now we can change the background color to our darker color. Continue editing, and it is not working. Let me rerun. Okay, we are here. We can see the save button, and this is something. Okay, save button also has some default style which we do not want. Input. What is this? No, add note btn. We don't need this. We need btn primary, and fine. btn primary, bg main. After this, we need to have this button for full width. For that, on this MB3, we can set the display grid, D grid, so it will take the complete width. Cool, we have this thing. Now this red dot, this is coming from somewhere. And from where it is coming? Is it coming from this pen class? Oh, what is BX code block? Oh, it should be D block. D block, D block. Save. So this is basically for display block. Fine, now it is fine. So we can save it. It will not allow us to save. And if we provide the values for both of these, then we can save it. Now it will go to this save note async method. So the design is fine. Now let's work on saving this note. Cool. So in order to save it, we need to inject our note service. What was the name? Okay, that means we need to add the namespace for that as well. And node service is in the namespace this nodes MAUI Blazor WASM.common.services. We'll add this to our common components, use imports underscore imports, so that we can use that directly. Fine. We are here, we inject node service, and we'll call it node service only, node service. Save everything. Fine. Now we'll try to save it. And when we are saving it, first let's have a try catch. Cool. After this, we need to check if this node we are saving, if this is a new node or we are editing an existing node, right? So for that, first we'll use the save node only. So let's directly use await node service dot add node async, and we need to pass the node, and in this case node is our model. Fine. And when this is successful, then we'll simply navigate user back to the previous page, and in order to navigate we need to inject navigation manager. So navigation manager, and we can use this navigation manager directly here. We'll say navigation manager dot navigate to previous page, which is slash home. Fine. And if we got any error here, so what we can do, we can simply show the error alert. And in order to show the alert, we know we have a service for alerts, so we can inject that. We'll say I alert service, and we need to use this as well on the underscore imports, so that we can use it throughout this project. I alert service, and now we can simply show an alert here. So we'll say alert service dot alert async, And here first thing we'll display a message. We'll say error in saving note. Please try again. Something like this. Please try again. And we can have the error description as well. So after this, we'll have a new line and then we'll show ex.message. Fine. Then the title is going to be error and we'll await it. We are good. We don't need this through now. Cool. So it looks fine. We can work on it, but it's always a better idea to show some indicator that something is happening. So that loading icon or something like that, so that we can see, the user can see that something is happening there. So for that, we'll implement a flag. For that, let's have it as private bool and we'll say, let's say is busy or underscore busy. This is fine. The default value is going to be false because we are not setting it. And when we are trying to save the note, we'll set it to true. And if we'll return from here, then we don't need to do anything. So we should be good. And if we got some error, then after showing this alert, we'll set this back to false. Because user is going to be on this page only. So we need this page to be interactive after showing this alert. Fine. And again, you see, this is again freaking out. Okay, now we need to use this underscore busy flag. So we'll use this. We can modify this button. So we'll say if it is busy, show some different button, and if it's not busy, then show this button. Okay, so the button will be same, just we'll change the type to button and we'll add disabled class and attribute. We'll add both, and then we'll display instead of this save, or maybe we'll have this save text, but we'll have loading spinner which is coming from Bootstrap. So we'll use span. You can get it from Bootstrap's official website only. So here we'll have span class spinner border sm. Fine. And after this we'll have saving this thing. So right now let's have some artificial delay. After this we'll say await task dot delay and let's say 2.5 seconds so that we can see something is happening. And same thing, we need to disable this button as well, this top button, this check mark. So we'll do the similar thing there. Let me copy this thing, and we have this box, this button type submit. So here also we'll do if busy, then do something, and if it is not busy, then do this. Fine, let me paste this, copy this, paste this, and add this. And this time we will not have this text here. And with this button type submit, we will change this to button and add the disabled attribute. Fine. Now let's see if this works. Save everything and rebuild and apply changes. Okay, go to this page. First we'll try to save it. We have these errors. We'll add something and then we can save it. And you see at both of these places we can see that spinner, and after saving it, it went back to this main home page. Cool. So we are done with this save note part, creating a new note for mobile. Now next thing, we will work on displaying those notes on this screen, on this home screen. So let's go to home page and we can inject our notes service because we will fetch the note from this note service only. Note service. Fine. Now we'll use this note service in our code block. So first we'll have a flag private bool, let's say is fetching. This is basically for fetching the nodes, and we can have a default value true because we know whenever we are coming to this page we will simply fetch the new nodes in any case, always basically, so we'll use that. Fine. So let's fetch this. We will override our own initialized async method, and in this method we'll have our try catch block, and in try we will fetch the nodes, and when we are fetching the nodes we should have a list of nodes here which will display. So we can have private enumerable node, and we will have this as underscore nodes with a default value as empty nodes enumerable. Okay, so we'll use this underscore nodes to show the list of nodes basically. So let's patch the nodes. We'll say nodes equals await node service dot, what was that, get all nodes async. Fine. Cool. So we have underscore nodes now, and after fetching the node we will simply say the is fetching to false, or maybe we can have this is fetching false in finally block because we want to set is fetching to false in other case if we got some error or the fetching node was successful, right? Cool. And if there was some exception we can simply show the similar alert we are showing in the save node page. So let me copy it, paste it, and here we'll say error in fetching nodes, something like this, and then we can display the error message. Fine. And we need to inject the alert service. So let me copy this line from save page and we can inject it here as well. Rebuild and apply changes. Cool. So now we have underscore nodes collection and we have this underscore is fetching flag. So we will use these two to show the that loading indicator and the list of nodes. Fine. In this, let me come here inside the page. After this, all nodes and this section, all nodes, everything is fine. Empty nodes box wrapper. Okay, let me add it here. So here, first we'll check if we are fetching the nodes. If we are fetching the nodes, we will simply show a loading indicator here. For that, what we can do, we can simply use the save loading indicator, or let me save class deflex justify content center align item center and margin top 5, and in here we are going to show the one indicator Or maybe with that, let's have some text as well. Okay, so what we'll do here, we'll say div class spinner, and we'll use a different spinner. So spinner grow, and then we'll have text, let's say dark, and then it is going to display one spinner. If we save it, and if we have some delay, await task dot delay, and let's have a delay of 5 seconds. Save everything, go to the next page. Okay, we'll come to this page. We can remove that indicator from there, right? Now we can see this indicator. You can see loading. It was loading. So let's do one thing. We are designing it, so let's have it as false. Save, next, come back, so that we can design this basically. Cool. So we have this indicator. After this indicator, let's have some text as well. That what this indicator is doing, because we'll fetch the nodes on this screen, we'll delete the nodes, so we'll display the actual message that what this loading indicator is for. Are we fetching the nodes right now, or are we trying to delete some node right now? So here we can say fetch this p, and we can have, in this case we'll say fetching nodes like this. Save it, rerun, and now these are side by side, but we need these vertically, so the fetching node should be in the next line. So for that we can have one more container on this text, this spinner and p. So we'll have a div class, we'll have display flex, div fine, and here we'll have these things. Let me save this. Okay, now we'll change this, the direction to column, flex column, and now these are like this. Next thing, we'll justify these, justify content center, and then align items center. Fine, so we have these two things. Now let's add some shadow as well. So Bootstrap gives us some shadow utility classes, so we can use shadow LZ, and now we can see this, and it is very narrow, so let's have some padding from P3. Cool, so we can see this, and this is looking fine now, right? Yeah, cool. And after this, if we are not fetching, then only we'll display the next part of the screen. So we'll have this else here, we'll say this like this, save, and now we can see only this fetching nodes here. Cool. Now one thing, we might need this loading section at multiple places, so it's better to have it as a reusable component, right? So let me copy this and stop the app, because we are going to add new folder and files. So in this common components project only, we'll create a new folder, we'll call it components. So we'll say components, and in this we'll add a new razor component, we'll call it loading component, or let's call it loading only, and we'll add that design here. Cool. Now we made this, but this fetching nodes, this text, this could be different, right? As I already mentioned, we'll show this loading indicator when we are trying to delete a node, then it should be deleting node, right? So, and this is a reusable component, so we can have one parameter and we can access, we can get this text from the consumer of this component. So for that, we'll have a property here of type string, and we'll say, let's say loading text, and we'll set the default value as loading, and we'll add parameter attribute to it because this is going to be used as a parameter, and then we can use this directly here like this loading text. We can save it, and these components uh, in this using statement we'll use here. So we'll say components dot components. Okay, this is different, but these are reusable components basically. We can name it shared, or let's have it like this only. Fine. Now we can use this loading indicator instead of this hard coded thing. What we'll do, we will use this loading component like this, and we can pass the loading text from here. In this case, this is going to be fetching nodes. So we should see the same thing we were seeing before. Let me run this, and we can still see the same thing. And we can change this so that we will be able to see the new text, right? You can see this. So this thing is working. Cool. Now when is fetching is false, we will come here and this empty notes box wrapper. This should come only if we do not have any note. So here we'll have a condition if underscore notes dot any. If we do not have any note, then only we'll display this empty notes wrapper. If that's not the case, now we are at the place where we need to show all our nodes. Let's have one loop here. Right now we'll design it, but for now let's see if we can display those. So we'll say var node in underscore nodes. Here let's have label at the rate node dot title. Save everything, and let's remove this false, and let's rerun the app. App is loading, fetching nodes. After 5 seconds we should see these tags, right? And let me add a br here because we have multiple nodes, but we are seeing only one, right? I added br. Now we can see we have 3 nodes, 1 2 3, right? Now next task is to design this section, design these nodes. So in this health part, first we'll have a container. We'll name it, we'll add a class container fluid, and then in this we will have a div class row, and then inside this div, this class row, we'll move this for each loop, and now we'll design our the main section basically. So here we'll first create a container, and that is going to be div, and here we'll have call sm6, call md4, these are for WebAssembly basically, and for our mobile thing will have all six. So the half of the screen. Okay. Then inside this we'll have our main container with class box. So we already added the CSS for this box. So we'll use this only. And in here, first we will have a div container title. So in title, we'll use h6 for that. H6 with M0. And in here, we'll say note.title. Save it. Let's see how it looks. And it started to look great. Let's create one more node with some actual value, some long title. So some long titled note to check the home page box UI. Let me copy the same thing. Oh, let's have it without description. Fetching nodes. And we have this. Now this is breaking to the other lines. It is now 3 lines. But if you remember in our demo app, the final app, they should be in single line only. So for that, on this h6, we can add one more class, and that is text truncate, like this. So it will be truncated, and it will add these 3 dots so that it indicates that there is something more to this string. Fine. After this hr h6, we'll have one hr tag to add a line, and it broke. Let me rerun. Okay, patching nodes. I think we should remove these delays now. This one, and let me go to save nodes as well, and we'll remove this delay as well. Fine. Save. We have this HR now. After this HR, we start adding the description. So inside this box, after this div, we'll have another div. Okay, and in this div, now we'll create a class here. We'll say node description wrapper, like this, div, and then now we will have two conditions. If you remember, if we don't have description, then we'll show that plus and add a description button. And if we have description, then we'll simply display that description. So here we'll have a condition: if not string dot is null or white space, note dot description. Let me move it aside. Fine. If we can, then do something, and if we don't have the description, then do something, right? So when we have the description, so the description is not null or empty, then we'll display the description. We'll display the description in the P class. Here we'll say note dot description. Fine, and we'll add a class here. Let's say, let's add a style here. So we'll say font size 14 px. Fine. Save, and we should see the node description for these 3 items. but this one does not have the description, so this is not coming up. We'll add the else case for this particular one. So here we will have one nav link because we want to navigate user to the next this save page. Basically in the edit section we want to allow user to edit this note. So for this nav link, first we'll have href, and this is going to be, for now let's have it at save only, but it should be changed to edit link. And in here we'll have a couple of classes. The classes are going to be text center, text decoration none, then deflex, and we had that add note btn class. We will have justify content center, we'll have align item center, we'll have flags column, we'll change the direction of this flags, and then in this nav link we'll simply have these two things. Fine, if we save it, we can see add a note now. The only thing is we'll change this add a note to add description. So we'll say add description, now we'll change the font size of these two items. So for this label we'll have f at 6, font size same as at 6, and on this icon let's say f as 4. Fine, now we can see title, we can see a description, and we can click it, it will navigate to the save note. This is not correct right now, it should have the edit form with the title pre-filled. We'll do this, and then okay, to go back we should work on this cancel button, this cross button. On clicking on this, it should navigate to the back page, the previous page, the list page basically. We'll use this back button, and it is not working. Let's add something here. We saved it. Fine, we'll see all those problems one by one. Now apart from this, right now we can see these are the vertical spacing is not there, so we should have that vertical spacing. Okay, that we'll have, but before that, if you remember, we had those uh, buttons and the last modified date and time here. So let's add those first. So after this note description wrapper, we will have one more div here, div, let's say actions maybe, and in here first we'll have one hr to have some spacing, not spacing, that line to have that to give a separation look basically. Checking out state, and now we have this. So this line we are talking about, but this should be at the very bottom. So what we'll do on this div, the second div, the wrapper of the description, on this we'll add a class. We'll say the class is going to be flex grow 1. What it will do, it will work as it will try to take all the available space. The parent is box, which is a display flags, and it has right now 3 items. So first item will take the space what is required for its content. Same goes with the third one. And for this center one, the middle one, we said flags grow 1. So it will simply acquire all the available space. Cool. Now in this actions after HR, we'll have one div, and this div will have display flags. So div flags, and then inside this we'll add other classes, but before that let's add the content of this. So here first thing we need to have the date time, last updated date time. So for that what we'll do, we'll have a small tag here. Okay, and in this small first we'll have the clock icon, and that we can get from box icons. So the class is bx time 5. This is the class we can use. If we save it, we should see this little clock, right? After this we'll add the uh, time, basically date time. So for that let's have one more small tag, and here we'll check if we have some value for modified on. If we have some value in modified on, then we'll use this modified on. So we'll say note dot modified on dot value dot toString dot toString, and we'll say ddmmyyyy and hhmm. If that's not the case, then we'll use note dot created on. So this is not nullable, so we are sure that there will always be a value in this. So we can say toString, and then we can use this format. And if you want to have the same format throughout the app, we can have some centralized service, some datetime service or something like that. And if we are not willing to do that, the simplest we can do, we can have this format in our common constants. So we can go to our app constants, and in here we can have a direct constant public const string. We'll say date time format, something like this, and we can have it here like this, and then we can use this datetime format. So datetime format, we'll come here, we'll say app constants dot datetime format, and same thing we can do like this. Mhm. Okay, so we should be good now. Save everything and let's run it. So it's here. Next thing, we will add those menu items here, those action icon basically. So for that, after this div flex, after this small tag, we'll add, uh, let's have a div, the container div for this. And in this div, what we'll do, we'll simply have a button of type button. And we'll add classes btn, btn, btn sm, and then inside this button we'll have one box icon class, which is bx, and bx dots vertical rounded. This is the class. Save everything, and now we should see those things. Where is it? It should be here somewhere. We are not able to see it. And why so? btn btm sm, we have bx dots vertical rounded. Oh, vertical rounded. Yeah, we can see now. This is the thing. So this is breaking to the next line because the space this button is taking, this is too much. So we should have a smaller button. So we cannot use btn sm. We should have something like btn xs, which stands for extra small, but this class does not exist. So let's create this class, and we should add this in common components because this is going to be used across the app, we could say. btn access, and we'll use the similar approach. Bootstrap uses btn smlg, all those classes. So we'll have smaller padding, so 0.2 rem and 0.25 rem. Then we'll use font size of zero point 0.6 rem, and we'll use border radius 0.15 rem. Fine, save, and now you can see this thing. But this is a little bit smaller. We'll do some other things as well. But for now, we can see this. Let's go back. btn access. Okay, so we can see something at least. btn access. Now for this, we can use one class from box icons. So bxxs like this, and on this date time, let's try to make it smaller as well. And this date time. So on this small, we can have a style, we'll say font size, and we'll say, let's say 12 px. Fine. Now we should have the spacing between these two so that these can be side by side around the corner basically, right? It should be on left corner and this icon should be on the right corner. So with deflex, we'll say justify content between. It is going to use justify content space between like this, and vertically it should be center aligned. So for that, we'll say align items center, and we are good. We can see the things now. Fine. Now we need to add spacing between these vertical items basically. So this spacing between these two, but this should be same as this gap, right? So this gap, Bootstrap handles this using one CSS variable. So we are going to use that variable only. And what we'll do, we'll go to common.css, and in here what we'll do, we'll create a class. We'll say call, let's say gap y, or we can have just call gap. Fine. And for this, no, we should have call gap y. So margin top we'll use, then the variable Bootstrap uses, that is bs for Bootstrap. Gutter, this spacing is called gutter, and then x, so this x-axis gap. So we will use the same gapping for this. So we can use this, and then this call gap y, we can use this CSS class on our home page. We should add this on the main column, this one. So we'll say call gap y, and if we save it, we should see this structure. So we are good with this one, right? Okay, cool. Now after this, we want the last item to be the that plus this one. We need this to be the last item. So we can copy this thing and we can paste the same thing after everything inside this row, after this for each, like this. The only thing we are going to change, we need to have these classes. And if we save it, we can see this add a note button, which we need. Fine. So I think this page is fine. We'll work on these options later, but for now, let's have it like this only. Cool. Now next thing, we will work on edit note, or maybe before that, let's work on this cross button. So when we press this cross button, it should navigate us back to the previous page. So for that, let's go to save notes page, and on this we have this bxx. Okay, it was not going back because when we click on this x, then it will redirect to the same page. It will be on the same page, but we need it to be go to the home page. We'll save it, and now if we click it, let me rerun. Okay, let's go to this page and click on cross, and now we are coming back. So this is also working fine. Now let's work on this uh, edit node section first. So for that, what we can do, let's on this we need to have one more route, so that because when we'll edit a node, we should have the values populated, whatever values we have, right? So for that we need to have the details of that node, and when we are using these routable components, we can have something like slash save slash, then we'll have our node id, or we can call it just id. So using this, we will be able to get the id, and we'll have it nullable. That's because for the first case it should work. So we will have two routes for this. Slash save, this is for the first create a new node, and the second one is for editing a node. Now we need to access this id. So for that, let me collapse everything. Fine. We need to have parameter here. So that parameter, it should match the name of uh, this dynamic route value. The casing does not matter, the name matters. So, and the id, we know this is GUID, and we can, this is in the label, so we'll use this like this. The next thing, we need to add parameter attribute. So now this parameter, this id, this property, this is binded with this route parameter, this id. So we are good with this. Now next thing, so we need to have the note id. So that we'll use a computed property. So we'll say public GUID note id, and there we can say GUID dot try parse, and this is for if we pass some invalid uh, GUID to this. So in the dotted MAUI, it does not matter because we cannot pass the URL, we cannot see the URL bar, address bar, we cannot add anything. But when we'll go to the browser, Blazor WebAssembly version, there we have access to the browser's URL address bar, and there we can modify it. So we'll handle that case. So here we'll say GUID.try parse, and we are parsing this ID, and we'll say out GUID, and let's say note ID. If this is true, then that means the ID was correct. Then we can simply pass this note ID, and if this is not the case, we'll simply have an empty ID like this. What is the issue here? Oh, sorry. We'll have it as string, nullable string. Now this is fine. So from URL, everything is string. So it is easy to get it as a string. Then we are parsing it here. So we'll use this note ID to use the actual GUID note ID. Now we can have one more computed property that will say is new note, right? And here we can simply access the note ID, or we can access this ID. So we'll say if ID is null, ID is null, or if ID is null, then it is new node because we did not get any ID. Or we can change this to have the if string dot is null or white space ID, then this, or if that is not the case, then we'll say if note ID is equals GUID dot empty. So this will handle this case. So if there was some invalid characters, invalid characters in the ID, then this note ID, it will have GUID.empty. So we'll have this empty. And when it is empty, then we know that this is not the correct note ID. So we will consider it as a new node. Basically, we are creating a new node. Okay. Now, if we have this note ID, then we need to populate the data, the existing data. So for that, we will override on initialized AC like this. And here we will check. What we'll check? We'll check if this is not the new node. If this is new node, we don't have to do anything because the new node case was working fine. We are making these changes for the edit node functionality basically. So if this is not a new node, now we will fetch the node here. So for that we need to have uh, some loading logic basically. So we already have this underscore busy, but we will not use. We'll use, let's say, age patching, this flag. We will set this age fetching to true here, true. After this, we'll set this model by using the nodes service dot get note async, and we can pass note ID to this. When we created this, we can pass GUID ID, which in our case is note ID. What is the issue? Okay, it can be nullable. So we can first check where note equals this. Okay, and then we'll check if note is not null, or let's say if note is null. So somehow the user entered invalid, not invalid, a valid GUID, but that does not exist in our storage basically. So here what we'll do, we'll simply show an alert, and we'll say alert service dot alert async message. So we'll say invalid, or we'll say note does not exist, note does not exist, and the title will say not found, something like this. And after this, we can modify this by having a next line, and we'll say we will, or let's say this form will be used to create a new node, something like this. Or maybe, okay, let's do one thing. Let's not do anything. Node does not exist. And from here, we will simply use navigation manager dot navigate to. After this, we'll navigate user to the previous URL. And in this case, we will use the other parameter, that is this bool replace true, because we don't want user to come back to this previous page which has a GUID which does not exist in our case, right? So we can use this. So we will use what was replace true like this, and then we'll simply add this return statement so that further code does not get executed. Fine. If this was not the case, if we were able to get the note, then we'll simply set our model to this node. And after doing this, we can set this is fetching to false. Cool. Now we need to use this is fetching flag. For that, let's come here and after header, where is the header? Header is here, right? After header, we will not display any part. We'll simply have this check here. If is fetching is true, we will show our loading component, right? And the loading text should be fetching note. And if that's not the case, then we'll display the actual form like this. Cool. So it should work now. Continue editing. One thing we'll change, this save note. We will modify this title as per our case. So if we are creating a new note, we'll say add a note. And if we are editing it, we'll say edit note. So instead of this hard coded save note, we'll check is new note. If it is a new note, we'll say add a, and note is already there. And then we'll say if this is not the case, we'll say edit note. We'll save it and stop and rerun. Hmm. Let's see how it looks. It is coming. Okay, we can see everything. We can click on it and we can see add a note, which is correct. Go back. This is edit. And we can still see the add a note because we need to modify the link of this add description, right? Right now we on the home page we have hard coded it, this add a description link, this one we added it hard coded, right? So we need to have after slash we need to have the note ID. Then this nav link component, these components, the Blazor component, basically we cannot have the computation in the attributes of Blazor component. So we can either have all static thing, all static text like this, save or slash 123 or something like this, or we can have it totally dynamic, but we cannot mix and match. What I mean is we'll have added link here. We'll say added link equals, and we need to have this as the save is hard coded part, then there this is dynamic part which is node.id. So we cannot mix and match these two things. So here now we can use this like added link like this, and now we should be good. Save everything and let's see if it works. Yes, you saw that. Go back, come here and we can see the edit node and node title got fetched. So we can see it and we can see the that loading indicator as well by introducing manual delay basically. So here we can say await task dot delay, let's say 2 seconds, save, go there and we can see fetching node and then it got the value and it changed this title, this navbar, and then it uh, got the title as well. Now we can remove this, save, and we can cancel it and we can update it. So next thing is we need to work on update case. So when this is in edit mode, we have only one method which is save node async, where we were always creating a new node, but that is not the case now, right? We have two conditions. So here now we'll have our condition. So after this setting this to busy equals true, we'll check if this is a new node, then do this. If this is not a new node, we'll simply say await node service dot update node async and we'll pass the same model like this, and in either case we'll simply redirect user back to the home page. That is we are going to do for sure in both the cases. Save everything and now let's see if some things got updated or no. So this one, the last one, you see this is the modified time is 127. We'll add a description, we'll modify this. So we'll say modified title, we'll save it and now we should see modified title. Time is also updated, right? We did not update the description because we wanted to come back to this page. Modified title, let's fix this spelling and now let's add a description as well, save, and now we will not see the add description because now this node had description, right? Cool. So this thing is also working fine. Next thing, now we'll work on these two buttons, right? This will change the layout. So right now it has this grid layout by default, but we'll make it dynamic. So for this we need to, let's go to home page first. We need to have some state so that we can check that which layout we are currently using. So for that what we'll do, we'll simply have one private variable here. We'll say private string, let's say main column class. So we'll say main call class and the default we are going to use call 6. So because Bootstrap uses 12 column grid, so call 6 means half of the screen. That means we can show two columns. So this grid is the default layout. And now we'll use this main call 6 to we'll basically toggle this. How we are going to toggle this? First, we are using this call 6 here, so we can modify this like this, main call class, and the same thing we'll do here. Here we can do this dynamic and static both because this div is not a Blazor component. This is simple HTML, so we can add we can add dynamic and static things. We can mix and match on HTML attributes. Fine. So right now, if we save it, nothing will change. Only the Blazor hot reload will not work. That's the only change. Okay, do let me know in the comment if for you all these changes works without restarting the app or you also face this problem, this .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid hot reload just freaks out. It is not related to .NET MAUI actually, it is related to Blazor. work on toggling these two things. So this section is here, right? So here we have to approach either we can have this inline here or we can have a method, and from that method we can use this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's have a toggle method. So here, after this on initialized, we'll have one method where we'll say private void toggle layout. Okay, and here what we'll do, we'll say if main call class, if this is call 6, we will set this main call class to call 12, the complete width. And if that's not the case, we'll simply set this to call 6. Call 6 like this. Toggle layout. Fine. Now let's use this toggle layout for both of these buttons. So we have this button here. So here on click, we'll call this method, and same goes with this second one. This one. Save everything. Let's try if it is working. And now it is different. It should not work like this, right? If we first click on some other, then it will not work. So this is not correct. We should pass the current layout, right? So we'll modify this method a bit. So what we'll do, we'll pass the current button which we are pressing, which right now we are pressing the grid. That means call 6. Call 6. This is the button we are pressing right now, like this. Let's copy the same thing and add here, and this time we want it to call 12. We'll come here, we'll accept uh, let's call it CLS or button class, btn class, something like this, string. And now we'll check if main class, if main call class is already btn class, then we'll do nothing, or let's do the opposite. If this is not this btn class already, then we'll simply set it. Main call class equals this btn class, like this. We can get rid of this now. Fine, save everything, rebuild and apply changes. Loading, and now we can see we are on here, so it will do nothing. If we go there, then we can see this bigger layout like this. Now this thing is working, right? As expected, we can toggle the layout. The only thing is we should show some visual indicator which shows that the currently selected layout is this one. Okay, so for that, our bx classes, these box icon provides, we can actually modify the color of this by using the styles. Box icons uses the style inline styles to do this. So here we can check if this collects. So we'll have some condition here. We'll check if main call class, if this is call 6, that means the current class. If this is the case, we will set the color to the main color, the selected color. So here we'll say we have a color as where color main, like this. And if this is not the case, we'll have an else condition, and in else we'll say color, okay, like this. Oh, it should have been question mark, yeah, like this. And if that's not the case, we'll set color to gray. Save it, and we can see this dark color like this. And we'll do the same thing with opposite classes in the next thing. So let's copy this style and add this on this second one. The only thing we'll change it to call 12. Save everything. Now we should see this. So this is disabled. This is like this. Now if we change it, now we can see this. This is the selected one, and this is gray. That means the light faded color. So this is also working. Cool. Now next thing is, let's work on these two pages for Blazor WebAssembly. Then we'll come back to work on these actions, the edit and delete node. Then we'll come back to this. Okay. So let me stop this right now and let me run the WebAssembly version, run it. Now, if you remember, I showed you the layout. So now we should have something which will tell us that the current environment we are running on, this is uh, .NET MAUI mobile app or Blazor WebAssembly browser, right? So we need that, for example, in the save notes page, or for both the pages, we had this MAUI navbar, this section. So this makes sense only for mobile app, right? So it should be rendered only for mobile, not for Blazor WebAssembly, the browser version. So we should have something. So for that, what we can do, we have these services like this iAlert service and all those services. So we can have one more service. In interfaces, we'll create one more interface and we'll call it, let's say, public interface, and we'll say I platform, or let's call it I platform only. And here we can have a property which will be of type bool, and we'll say is uh, browser. It will be of type get only, like, or we can have some other things as well. So let's rename it to iPlatform service, and we can use is browser. Fine. Let's move it to its separate file, iPlatform service, and we can have its implementation in both the projects. So we have services, we'll create a new file here. In a .NET MAUI, we create it, we'll call it platform service, add, we'll change internal to public, and then we'll implement iPlatform service, this one. We'll implement it, implement interface, and here we know that this is MAUI. So we'll send this as false. Save, fine, and we'll copy this thing. We'll go to WebAssembly version .web project. Here we have services. Here also we'll create the same class file. Let's move it. Platform service. We have this platform service, and here we know this is Blazor WebAssembly browser version. So we can pass the true from here. It's hard coded true. And now we can inject this iPlatform service anywhere in our entire app, and we can use this. So we'll start using this on home page, but before that, let's see how it looks actually. on the browser side, how it looks. There is some error, and if we check it, what is the error? Console, homepage, there is no registered service for notes service. Fine, we have not registered notes service, and now I remember we have not registered platform service as well, because these things are in, we have registered these in MAUI project only. Let me go to MAUI program, and we should register platform service as well. So add singleton I platform service, platform service, like this, and let me copy this entire thing and we'll paste it in our WebAssembly version as well. Program.cs, and we'll do this. Save everything, and same thing we'll add the imports as well. So we can have these common. Let's go to this one, and it's common like this. Save, everything is saved. Let's run it. It is loading, and we can see all nodes. We can see this plus add a node, right? But this is not what we want for browsers. First thing, we need to have a complete uh, a different background basically. But before that, let's try to click on this add a node. And if you go there, we can see this design which we don't want on this page. We need a different UI for browser version basically. Why we can't have that? Why we are not having that header? Oh, we are having that header, but because MAUI never, this CSS does not exist here, that's why it is not having this. We only have this text white, and if we remove this, we can see this welcome our prince. And then there should be somewhere that plus icon. We can see that from here. If we remove this text white, we should see this thing. So this is like this, but this is not we want what we want. So let's stop it first. Let's come on the home page. We will inject our I platform service. Now this we need I platform service, and let's call it platform only. Platform. And here first thing we will check if the platform is not browser. If platform is not browser, then only display this header. Same thing will go for this save notes page. Here also we'll inject this and this header, this MAUI navbar, this section. We will have this only if the platform is not browser. So we'll say if this is not browser, then only do this. Thing. So it should work now. We had that background in common only, right? On body, we have this background color. Then why it, oh, it was not coming on this WebAssembly version because we have not added this CSS. So on web triple w root, we have this index.html and we have not added that style here. So we should add the style here. So we'll copy the same style we are having in .NET MAUI project. So index.html, and we have these box icons and this common.css, these both. Copy, and let's paste this here. Save everything and run it. This time we should see the background color and this header should not be here. Okay. Still not see this. Yeah. Sometimes it simply have those static files in cache, because so we can simply enforce it. We can use Control F5 hard refresh so that it comes fine. Now we have this background color, we have this all nodes, and what is this? Oh, this layout. So this layout section also, we are not going to have it on browser version. We need to have it only on mobile version, because on browser we have enough space already. So let's add the conditions for these as well. On home page, we will check. So we have these filter buttons here, right? So this section we can inside this only. Let's do this. We'll cut this. We'll have if condition here. If uh, platform dot is browser. If this is not browser, then only we'll display these. And if this is browser, so let's do one thing. We can have, okay, let's skip this for now. We are good. If this is not browser, then we'll add these two buttons. If this is browser, then we can simply have one H5 here, and we'll say welcome, and we'll display the username here in this case, because in mobile version we are displaying the username in the navbar, but on browser we are not displaying this, so there is no username, so we'll have that username here. And on this we will have text white, because we need to have it in white color. And same should go for this, because it's all nodes also. This is in the default dark color. We should have, the background is this, so this all nodes, this should be in white color. So we'll add text white class on this all nodes, but that should gets applied only if we are on browser. So here we'll say if the platform dot is browser, then add the class text white. If that's not the case, do nothing. Save everything, rerun, and now we should see the browser specific header on left, all nodes, on right, welcome username, and both of these should be in white color. It is loading all nodes and welcome prince, so we can see this now. Fine. We have add a node, we can click on this. Now we have this save uh, save page. So on this also, what we need on this browser, we are going to have one card which should be in the center of the screen. So we will not use this layout. We will have that card in the center of the screen. So let's do this. We'll stop it. Oh, we should not have stopped it, but okay, that's fine. Now on the save, if this is not browser, we are rendering this platform and all this. Now if we come in this container fluid, here we'll check where we can have that logic, that card. When we have this mobile form container, this MB3, this section, so these two things, we are going to have the same thing, but we will have a div class card here, and in the card we should have div class card header, and in header we'll show that if this is creating a note or editing a note section, so this h5 we will have it in here, and then this section these two should have in card body like this, and then these buttons, these should be in card footer. Now the problem here is card footer. We need to display this card header, card footer, all these only if we are in browser. If we started to add conditions here, there will be so many conditions, right? Again and again, so we'll have a condition here. If this is browser, then render this. If this is browser, then render this div. And then this div is going to be the incomplete tag, because this requires ending tag, and that comes here on line number 74. So the dynamic markup that is going to freak out. So instead of having these many conditions, what we can do, we can create a component and we'll use that component here. And how we are going to do this? On this components folder, we'll create a new component. Let's save it. Save node inner component, something like this. Cool. And we will inject our platform service here. Platform service, we'll call it platform. And here we are going to have the condition. Here we'll check if the platform dot is browser platform. Let me change this to lowercase l. If this is browser, do something. If this is not browser, then do something else. So in case of browser, we'll have those div class card like this. Save. Inside this card, we'll have our card header, div class card header. Then we'll have body, then we'll have footer. So card header, card body, and then card footer. And when it is mobile version, we will simply have a simple div. If we want to have some class, we can, but we are not going to add any styling to this, so we should be good. But let's have this something like say mobile save note from card, something like this. Okay, now in card header we need to use this same thing, this line. Now it needs is new node, so we cannot have it on this page, so we'll accept this as a parameter. So we'll say public bool is new node, and we'll set it as parameter, so we can access this now. Fine. After that, we need to have this card body and card footer. Then this card body, this section we are going to have, let me first remove this card header from here, card footer, and then this card footer thing. Fine. Now these two things, title and the this text area, these two things, we need these in here. We need to render those here. But the point here is we need to render the same thing in this card body and inside this on line number 2020. So for that, what we can do, we can accept this section also from the consumer, and in this case consumer is the save note page, right? So we can accept these as a parameter for this component, and the HTML we can get using the default render fragment thing. So in render fragment, Blazor have one child content. This is the default render fragment, we can use this, and here we will say this should also come as a parameter, and then we can simply render this in both of these cases, right? Then comes this footer. So footer also is going to be dynamic, right? We need to have it. We will need this for both these cases. Yeah, we need this for both of these cases, but for now let's have it inside this only. This also will accept as a parameter. So what we'll do the same thing. In order to accept HTML, we need to use render fragment. And this child content is default, and we can add our own as well. So in this case, we'll say footer content. Cool. Now we are okay to use this component in this page. First, let me pin this as well. Fine. Now what we'll do in here, inside this call XXL5 and all this, basically we will use our component, and the way we are going to use it, we will directly use save note inner. It expects one direct parameter, which is new note, and for this we already have is new note, we can pass this. Then comes the part, if we had only single render fragment without this thing, then what we could have done, we could have directly added this HTML, this complete HTML here. So it should have been worked. But now we have two render fragments. If we have more than one render fragment, then we should explicitly tell Blazor that this particular HTML belongs to which render fragment. So in this case, first we'll add child content, and in child content we are going to use these two things. So we'll add these like this. So now we have title and description fields in this child content, and that after that comes the footer content, and in footer content we are going to have our button. Okay, so the way we need to have our buttons for this, okay, this thing on browser, we have that in footer we had two buttons, cancel button on the left hand side and the save button on the right hand side. So we need to have two different footer contents, right? So instead of this, okay, not okay, we'll pass the conditional footer content from here. So we'll say if this is not platform dot browser, that means this is mobile. So we'll simply show this only. Okay, and if this is not the case, and if this is not the case for browser, we'll add a different markup. And now we can get rid of this mobile form container. We are having this inside this save note inner. Fine. So let's do this. For this footer, we already have this footer thing. So here we'll have two buttons. First, we'll have a cancel button. So that is going to be a nav link, because on clicking on that button, we will redirect user to the previous page, which is the home page. So here we'll have slash home, and then we can have a couple of classes, btn, btn default, btn default, btn sm, and we can say cancel button. Then the second button, which is going to be actual submit button. So we'll say button type equals submit, and then we'll add classes, We'll say save, and the classes we are going to have btn, btn success, and btn sm. Cool. So we have this footer content also. Okay, let's use this busy as well. So this busy thing, let me copy these two lines. Here we'll have if is busy, if it was trying to, not is busy, it is busy. If this is trying to save the note right now, and in this case, it is not saving. So if it is not saving, we'll have these things. If it is saving, then what we'll do, we'll simply disable these. So we'll say disabled. Let's add the disabled class as well. Disabled. On we'll change this submit button to button and add the disabled attribute to this as well. Disabled. And we'll change this save to this saving. Save, saving. So is busy is fine. This is fine. Now we are not using this footer content on this page. So let's render this footer content as well. So for browser, we will render this inside card footer, and for mobile.NET MAUI, we will render it directly after the child content like this. Cool. So everything looks fine now. Let's try to run it for the Blazor WebAssembly first. Then we'll check it on the MAUI if something has changed or everything is same. Okay, this is here. Let's click on add new note and we can see something, right? Add a note. This is card, cancel, save, note, description, everything looks similar. We'll design it further for the for browser, but first let's see everything is coming here. Now let's try it on MAUI side if everything is still same on the mouse side as well. Run it, run. MAUI is loading and let's go to this page, and here you can see everything is same. Validation is working, everything is working fine. We can have the header, we can have these things, we can have this button. So header, footer, content, everything is working fine. Cool. So next thing, we'll work on designing this form, this save nodes for our Blazor WebAssembly browser version. Right now I'm going to take a break and I'll pause the recording and then I'll resume it after 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, till the time, do let me know in the comment if you're still following, and press the like button if you are liking this series, this video. Okay, I'll be back soon. So what we'll do here now, let me first run it, then we can let me navigate to this page. Fine. Now first thing, we need to have this in the center of the screen, this add a note section, this card basically, and we need this only for browser. So what we'll do here, this is the main container, this div class and this call, all these classes. So what we'll do here, we will have one conditional check here, and there we'll say if platform dot is browser, if the platform is browser, then we are going to apply two classes, mx auto, that means uh, auto margin for x-axis from left and right, and same for my auto, so that it moves to the center of the screen. Then this empty3 class, margin top 3, we don't need this for browser, we need this only for mobile.NET MAUI. So we'll add this else condition here, and we'll add this empty3 to this case. mt3 like this. So now all these classes are common. Then mx auto, my auto, this is only for browser, and mt3 is only for .maui. So let me save this. Let's try to restart. App is loading, and if we go to the save page, we can see this is in the center of the screen right now. Fine. Next thing, what we need, this background color. We need a different background color for this browser version. So let's do this. For this right now, the background color, we are handling it using this BG main lighter. This color and this for both these cases. But now we need to have uh, dynamic check basically, because this section is common between these two modes, but we need this dynamic, and this input text is a Blazor razor component, so we cannot have that condition directly here. We cannot have like this, we are checking it here, so that we can't do. So for this, what we'll do, we'll extract out all these classes in a variable. So here we can say var, and let's say control bg color. Okay, and here we'll check, or not bg, yeah, we should have control bg color, and for this we'll check if platform is browser, then we'll use bg light, and if the platform is mobile, then we'll use what we were using, this bg main lighter. This bg light is coming from bootstrap, and this we created. Then we'll say control uh, class list, something like this, and here we'll add all these classes like this. We have different classes for these two, right? Yeah. Okay, so it makes sense, it will make sense if we create two variables here. So first we'll say title class, title class list, and here we'll add all the classes we are using in title. We'll cut it, we'll paste it, we'll remove this bg main color, and we'll make it dynamic using this control bg color. And then we can use this thing directly in this class. Same thing we'll do for description. So let's add this. Instead of title, this time we'll say description. And let's see the classes we are using on description field. These are these classes. Cut description class list, and then we can change this description class list, and we can remove this bg main light. Fine, so we are good with these classes. Then one more thing, this style min height. So this is for mobile, but on browser we already have a very let's say bigger space, so we will show or display it smaller on the browser. So for that also, this is inside this input text area Blazor component, we cannot have that condition here, so we'll extract this out in a variable again. So what we'll do here, we'll say var description style, and here we'll add the check platform dot is browser. If this is browser, then we'll say min height, let's say 150 px, and if it's browser dotted MAUI, then we already have that height, that is 250 px, like this. Then we can use this description style here. Here. Fine. So we are good with all these changes. One thing you can do for a better maybe better standards. So we are having these four lines, and we are checking this platform is browser again and again. So instead what we could do, we could have all these in variables, and we can have the single check for platform browser in the on initialized async. Then we can set all those variables here, and we can directly use those variables. So this check would be only once, but I'm adding it here only. So it's up to you. This is not going to make much difference, but these are two different approaches you could take. Okay, so let's rerun it. We'll see how it is looking now. Okay, add a node, and we can see this like this. Add a node, the color is different. And now this section, let's work on this section as well. Cancel save buttons in the footer. So all these footers, we are handling these in save note inner, this footer content, and if it is not browser, then this is browser. So this is the case. Here we just have two items in both the cases. Let's go to inner. We have this card footer. On this card footer, we could add classes. We'll change it to display flex, and we'll say justify content between. And if we save it and if we check it, now we can see this uh, on the corners, right? Cancel would work as before, and the save, we can see the uh, data annotation validation error. And yeah, we need to fix this red color as well. So we fixed it for MAUI. We'll do the same thing for our Blazor WebAssembly as well. So this change was in CSS, so we'll modify the CSS. For that, we'll go to our Blazor WebAssembly, www.root css app.css, and here we had these outlines for invalid and valid. So we'll do the same thing we did in .NET MAUI. So we'll change the this we set the border color with the same color we are using here. So it will blend in the styles. If we are having borders, then it will simply use this border color. If we do not have borders, so for example, in our case, we used border 0. We are not using border. So it will simply skip this. Right? Save everything. Fine. We are here. After this, the save button, this looks a bit different, and that is because this add node btn. It should be btn only. Btn save, and now it looks nice. Okay, this is add a node. What if we added some incorrect string, incorrect GUID? Okay, it will not allow us to navigate there, and that is because uh, we have the check in our app.razor, which checks if we are already, if we have the username or no. If we already have the username, we always redirect user to the slash home page. So I think that is fine. Okay, now let's try to add some node. First node from WebAssembly browser, and we will not add description here. So this got saved, and we can see this add description button which we need, and then these three dots. But these three dots, we added these only for mobile version, the .NET MAUI version, because we had a very small space. But on browser we have enough space, so instead of showing these three dots, we will display the buttons here, edit and delete button basically directly. So let's go to home page for this, and here we have this action section. So in this actions section, these two buttons, sorry, after this, uh, modified on date and this div, basically we are going to modify this div. So this is the that vertical menu. So we will have this only if we are on .NET side. Here we'll have a condition if platform dot is browser, else this is the mobile version, we are having it like this. And if this is browser, then we'll simply add two buttons here. So button type button, and it will be added, but first we'll have delete button, then we'll have edit button. So for delete button, let's add classes. Class btn, btn access, btn, like this, and then btn danger, so that it shows in the red color. Okay, and then we'll display an icon from box icons. So the icon is going to be bx box icon, bx trash, like this. And then we'll simply copy it, or no, not copy it, we'll use nav link for the edit button, nav link, and for this we'll navigate user to the edit page with this note. So we cannot have this dynamic id here, so we need to have that as a variable, which we already have, I guess. Where was it? This edit link. Let's extract this out directly in the for each here, so that we can use it at both the places. We are already using it for add description button. Now we'll use the same thing here. Edit link. And for this, we'll use a bootstrap box icon class, which is going to be bx edit. And then on this nav link as well, we'll add bootstrap classes. So we'll say btn, btn primary, btn access. Let's save everything and let's see how is it looking. Okay, it looks fine, but we can remove access and we can change it to sm. Save, and it looks nice, right? We can click on edit and we will be redirected to edit page, and we can see the name of the this card header. This is changed. We can see the URL now has this ID, and when we click on cancel, it is going back to this page, which is fine. And same thing should happen when we click on this add description. When we click on it, it should open this edit form. Cancel, and if we click on add note, then it will simply navigate with add a note. So this is a new note functionality. Let's try to edit this. Let's say added description, save, and now we can see I have added description. I can see the description, that means saving was done. And now we don't have that add description button because we already have description, right? Cool, so it looks fine. Both of these page looks fine. Now let's see if all these changes are okay with mobile version as well, the .NET MAUI version. So we'll see if everything's still same or if something changed. Everything should be same. If something has changed, we'll fix that. Okay, app is loaded. We can see the home page same. We can change the layout, right? We can click on add description. It is navigating to the edit node. We can close. We are coming back. Add a note. It is also working. Validations working. Close. Let's try to edit. Okay, we don't have edit functionality here, but we can edit this one. add description, added description, save it, loader, and it got saved, moved back, and now we can see this description. So that means everything is working same as before. So nothing has changed, and now we have app working on both the platforms. Cool. Okay, so now next thing, we are almost there at the final stage. We have, I think, couple of functionalities remaining, very small functionalities. First one, edit and delete functionality. So editing on mobile version, basically the .NET MAUI version. So we have this dots, this button. So when we are clicking on this, we should open uh, .NET MAUI device platform specific, that action sheet, basically for to select one of the available options, and the options will have same as we have on browser. We have edit and delete, so we'll have both of these options here. Now we have a situation, we need to have this somewhere. Right now this page is going to be sorry, going to be rendered for both WebAssembly and .NET MAUI. So we cannot have it here. I mean, we can if we want, but that is not the right approach. Apart from this, we can have uh, different implementations, or we can simply go to this iPlatform service and we can have that method here. But the problem we'll have, we need to have the implementation in both the classes for .NET MAUI platform service and Blazor WebAssembly platform service. But the problem is this functionality does not exist in browser WebAssembly in our case. So what we'll do here, we will simply create an interface, or we can have the default throw not implemented exception from the Blazor WebAssembly side, or we can use C Sharp's optional, what it calls, optional interface body method. I don't remember what is the actual name. I have never used it, but I'm going to use it this time. So what we can have here task string, and here we'll say uh, choose from multiple options, something like this. Choose from options like this. And here first we'll have a title, and then we'll have a variable number of options. So here we can see we can have like this. But this time we'll have a default implementation, and from here what we can do, was it like this only? We'll say return null. Return null, possible null reference. We know this is null. Okay. So it is giving this. We can say return task dot from result, and then we can say null like this. It does not work. Okay, return null. Let's do this. We don't waste. We are not going to waste time on this. We are good with this. So we'll provide, but this is just for the sake of Blazor WebAssembly. We are not going to have this option there. That's why I'm having it here. Then what we can do, we'll implement this method in our .NET MAUI side. We have this project, we have services, we have platform service, and here we can implement this method like this, like this. And from here, what we can do we have page? No. Okay. What we'll do, we need to have access to page. So we can do something like this. Okay, and we'll have this constructor. Now we have this underscore page. What we can have page dot display action sheet. And in here we can have title and then our options. But before that, title, cancel, description, what else we can have? Okay, so the cancel, we'll have cancel only, cancel button. Then description, this button we don't need. And then we have this param string array buttons. So we'll have these options here. And it returns the value of the selected option. So first it needs to be awaited and then we'll simply return it. And because this is a single line, we can use the expression bodied method. We'll do like this. Fine. So we are good with this. Sorry. And now we can use this choose from options in our page. So this home page, we'll have a method here, private async task, and let's say node actions or show node actions, something like this, sorry. And here we will expect node ID. And here to be double sure, we will check if this is platform dot is browser. If this is not browser, then only we'll execute this logic. And the logic is going to be, we'll simply display the options, and the options we are going to have first, we'll simply word result equals, or we can say word action equals await platform service dot choose from options, like this. Now we can use our method choose from options. First is the title. We'll say node actions, and then the options. Options are going to be this delete node and edit node. Now we are going to use these when we are checking this actions value. So it's better to have these as variables. We can have these constants as well. Const string, let's say delete node, and we'll simply copy it one more time. We'll rename it to edit node, and here we'll say edit node, and then we can use these constants when we are adding these options. So delete node and edit node, like this. Fine. Now this action is going to be either null or one of these two options. So we'll check if action is not null. If this is null, we don't have to do anything. This means user pressed the cancel, and then that the display action sheet that pop up for these options, it simply got removed from the UI and we don't have to do anything in this case, right? If that's not the case, we can have switch case or if else condition. For now, let me have switch case. So here we'll check first case, which is going to be delete node. If this is this delete node, can we have like this control cannot fall out of switch fan? Okay. Break. Then we'll have second case. So edit node and break, like this. Cool. And there is no other case, so we don't have to use the default case. Now for edit case, we know what we need to do. We simply need to navigate user to the edit page. So we'll say navigation manager. So I think we don't have navigation manager injected on this page. So let's inject it. Inject navigation manager. So I'll have the systems services at the top, then our custom services after this. Okay, we have navigation manager. Now navigation manager dot navigate to, and now we can have save and then this node ID which we have in this ID. And after this we can simply return from it. So we are good with this edit node. Now for delete node, we are going to have this delete node functionality for both, right? So because we need this delete node on from .NET MAUI side and from browser Blazor WebAssembly side. So it's better to have a common method here where we'll say private async task and we'll say delete node async, and here we will simply have the node ID like this, and from this delete node we can simply call this await delete node async and we can pass this ID. Cool, we are good with this. Now let's add the show note actions link to the menu where we need this. So we need this in this button when this is .NET MAUI, when this is not browser. We'll create a on click and we'll use this syntax. We'll call this and we'll pass the note ID which we can get inside note.id. Fine, so we have this thing. We'll save everything. Now when we are deleting a note, we should have one confirmation prompt, confirmation box, right? That if we are if we really want to delete this. So for that, we have two different environments. We have browser with Blazor WebAssembly, and then we have .NET MAUI mobile. So we need to have a platform specific confirmation box. So that means, and this belongs to alert service. So we'll go to I alert service, and here we'll add one more method, which will return Boolean, and we'll call it confirm async. Confirm async. Here we'll have a message, we'll have a title with the default confirm, and then we'll have button names. And now the confirm box, we are going to use JavaScript confirm box for browser, and there we cannot set the names. So it will use default OK cancel buttons, but we can have these optional button names which we can use in our mobile version, the .NET MAUI version. Okay, so here we'll say a string OK button, which will be for now. Let's have OK only, and then we'll have a cancel button, a string cancel button, and it will be cancel default value. Save everything. Now we need to provide implementation for this confirmation for both the alert services. First, let's do in .NET MAUI side. So we'll implement interface. We have this confirm async. It needs to be async. And now here what we can do, we can have await page dot. So confirm, we don't have direct confirm, but we can use display alert with some additional parameters. So first we need to have title. So what we'll use, we will use this one, which has title, message, accept and cancel, and it returns a boolean. We'll use this one. So display alert, first we need to have title, we'll add title. Second message, we'll have message. Then accept button, this is OK button basically. So OK button, and then cancel, which is cancel button, and then we can return it directly like this. Save everything, we are good with this one. Okay, we'll come here. And now here we'll check if alert service dot confirm async, and here we'll ask the user if he really wants to delete this node. So message, we'll say, do you really want to delete this node, like this. and then the title will say confirm delete, and then OK and cancel. Let's have is these are yes and no, like this, and we need to await it. And now we have this if condition. So if user pressed yes on the .NET mouse side and OK on the browser side, then it will come inside this, and from here we can delete them. How we can do this? We have our nodes service, and there we have a delete noticing method, and where we can pass our node ID like this, and it will work. But when we are deleting, we should display the loading indicator that something is happening. For that, we have, do we have something here? Is fetching. So is fetching does not make sense. Now the name does not make sense. So we'll change this is fetching. So let's say is loading, something like this. And then we'll use this is loading to true. Is loading true. And after doing this, we'll set is loading to false. And we should have this line in try finally at least, or we can use this try in try and catch, try catch exception, and finally we'll set is loading to false, and in this exception we can simply display the error like this, and here we'll say error in deleting node like this. Fine. Now there is one thing. Now if we check this is loading, so we are using this here, and now when this is loading is true, it will display this message patching nodes. But in this case this is not correct, right? So we should have a state for this as well, which we can modify. So what we'll do here, when we say is loading is not making sense, it should have something is processing or is busy. Let's use this is busy. What is the issue? Okay, let me manually change it. Okay, something is not right, so I'll manually change this to is busy. 5 occurrences. Then I'll have one more piece of state which is going to be string, and here we'll say busy text, and where we can say patching notes. This we can have default value if we want. So then when we are doing this is busy equals true, we'll set this busy text to deleting node like this, and then we can use this busy text variable to pass to this loading component, this one. Instead of this we'll say @_busy text. Fine. Okay, and when the deleting is done, when we are resetting this is busy, at the same time we'll reset this as well, let's say to blank string. Now after deleting the node, we need to remove this node from this current screen. So now let's do this. We will simply reload this complete nodes. For that, what we can do, we can extract out this logic from this on initialized async. We can create a new method, private async task, and we'll say load nodes async. Load nodes async like this, and then From onInitialized async, we can directly call this method await load nodes async, and same thing we can do from here like this await load nodes async. And but before doing this, we will change the bg text to fetching node like this fetching nodes. Cool. Okay, everything looks fine. Sometimes when we are modifying these states uh, one by one, sometimes the state change detection does not trigger. In that case, we can explicitly use state has changed so that it triggers the change detection and it re-renders this component with this new value. We can do this as well. Cool. Everything looks fine now. Let's give it a try on mobile side. Okay, and when we press this, we can see the note actions and we have a typo. Let's first check the functionality, then we'll fix the typos. So we can click and it opens this note actions, edit note, delete note. Let's try canceling. It is working. Let's try edit. It went to the edit screen and with pre-filled these data, cancel. And let's try delete note. We have this confirm delete. Do you really want to delete this note? No. It the pop-up cancelled basically without doing anything. And let's edit this note and we'll say we are going to delete this. Save. We are going to delete this node, this one. Let's add it. Sorry, press on node actions, delete node, and yes. This time it got deleted, and there was that fluctuation which was showing that loader. And now this note is not on the screen. So that means the complete functionality from this dot and mouse set working. We just need to fix these typos, note actions, and let's remove this redundant note word from the options. We will have select simple delete and edit. Let's try note actions, delete and edit. Looks nice. Cool. Now let's go to the WebAssembly browser side, and from there, first we need to have confirm this confirm async method. So now we are in WebAssembly services, alert service. We'll implement the confirm async method here, change it to async, and instead of throw, let's use the similar approach we took for this prompt. Only the thing, we'll change this window.prompt to window.confirm. We have this native JavaScript confirm dialog box and it will return a boolean, and we are good with this. We are using title and message. We cannot pass the button text for this. And if you really want to use this OK and cancel button, then this native JavaScript confirm box is not going to work. You can implement your own confirm box and then you can pass these buttons and customize these buttons. Save everything. We have this alert service, confirm async, fine. Let's go to home page and we'll use this delete note async from the browser's WebAssembly side. We have this else and we have this platform.isBrowser. Edit is already working. For this delete, we can bind our method. So on click like this, we can call our method which is this delete note async and we can pass the ID of note.id. Let's try to run it. WebAssembly. Okay, we have this delete button. If we press delete, it will ask confirm delete. Do you really want to delete this note? If we cancel, nothing will happen. And if we press OK, then it got deleted. Fine. So this functionality is also working. Save. Now next thing is we will work on that showing the note detail in the pop-up. Remember the final built version I showed you, there we can have this. Let me add some random text, save everything. And when we click on this description or this main node text, it should open up a pop-up where we can see the details and we can copy the node text and node title and description. Basically, we can copy these. So for that, what we are going to do, we will create a new component. So in the common components project, in components folder, we'll create a new component, razor component, and we'll call it, let's say, view node details, like this. So we'll have this, let me delete this first. So we'll use this as a modal pop-up basically. So div class, and then we'll add some classes here. First, we'll use position fixed. This is coming from Bootstrap. Then we'll have display flex. We can have, or let's see, without this it works. Then we need to have it cover the entire screen. So left, right, top, bottom, all zero. So for that we can have a style tag here. Style type text CSS, and let's call it full screen, and here we'll say left 0, right 0, top 0, bottom 0, and bottom 0. And this position fix, let's have it here only, position fix, like this. And we can use this full screen directly here, like this, full. Now after this full screen, we'll have one overlay. This is a kind of our pop-up modals container wrapper. Then we'll have one overlay so that we can show some faded background. For that, we'll have a div here. Let's say overlay, and this name is very common. It could overlap with some other CSS. So let's have it an overlay, notes overlay, something like this. And then with this an overlay, we'll use the same full screen class as well. And then with this an overlay, what we'll do here, an overlay, we'll have background color, or maybe that we can directly use here only. BG main, we have that background color, right? And instead of background color in an overlay, we'll use opacity 0.5, like this. Now after this, we will not have anything inside this. Fine. Now we'll have our actual uh, content, the actual HTML which will display this, the complete thing. So here we'll have one more div. And in this div, first let's move it to the center of the screen. So we can have mx auto, my auto. It will be moved to the center of the screen, and we'll have our box class as well. This full screen, let me move this full screen to our common CSS. CSS common here, because this is very common. This can be used at other places like this, save, and this n overlay. This is related to this component, this thing only, so we can have this here 0.5. And in this div class auto, now we can have, first we'll have a button to close this modal pop-up. We'll have a button class btn access. We'll have it small, btn access, btn danger, red color, and then we'll have this cross sign. So I'm using this X. Or we have I class bx, what was its name? Save note page. We have that this one, bxx, like this. Okay, we have this button to close it. After this, we'll display a P, and in this P, we will display node title. But we need node to display this. So we'll accept this as a parameter. We'll say public node and node, and this is going to be a parameter, and then we can use this node to display it. Here we'll say node dot title, and we'll add a class here. We'll change the font size F as 5. Save. After this, now we have cases. Our description is not required always, so we can have this without description. So we need to handle both the cases. We'll check if string dot is null or white space, node dot description. If we don't have node, we should we do something or no? If we have node, then we'll display that node. So let me copy the same P, and we'll display the description here, and we'll make it a bit smaller. So we'll use fs6 here. After this, we'll have one line HR, and after that we can display those options. If you remember, copy and share the node. So here we'll have a div class, we'll add some classes, then we'll have a button first, button type button class btn sm, and we'll use display flags column like this. And in this, first we'll have I class, that copy icon basically. So bx copy, we have this, and then bx sm, and after that we can have a span, and where we'll show the copy text. Cool. And we can copy this button, paste it again for our share button. So the class is going to be bx share, and this text is going to be share. Now this share button, we are going to use native share API from .NET MAUI. So we are going to have this share button only with .NET MAUI version, not with the browser version. So we need to render it conditionally. For that, we can inject our platform service I platform service, let's call it platform only, platform. And then we'll check here if platform dot is browser. If this is not browser, then we'll display this share button, else we will not display this. So looks fine. We'll see if we need to add couple of okay, these two buttons we should have this as display flags, and justify content we'll use around here, so space around, so these will have even space between them and the corners. Save everything. Now we can use this component on our home page, right? But we cannot always render it, right? We should render this component only when we have clicked on title or description, because then only we want to show it. So we need to have some flag, and then we need to keep track of which note we have clicked. So for that, what we can have a private variable here which will have nullable note, and we'll say viewing note, something like this. The default value is going to have been null because we are not viewing any note. And then we'll say we'll modify its value when we'll click on description or title. In this case, let me have a method here. We'll say private void, and we'll say view node, and we'll have a node, complete node details. So like this. So from here, we can set view node equals node like this. Okay. And we'll call this view node method from where is our title? Here is our title. From here we can call it. So we'll say on click, and we'll say view node, and we'll pass our complete node from here. And same would go from the description. When we have description on this P, then we'll do this. Okay, now we clicked on the title or description, it got executed. We set viewing node to node, and when this happens, we should render that view node component when the viewing node is not null, like this. Here we'll say view node details, right? And on this component, I'll add editor required, and that is for, let's say, right now in order to work this component to work, we need this node, so this node is required, right? Without this there is no point of this thing. And if we come here, I have not provided any value and it is still not complaining about anything, so we might miss this thing. So Blazor tooling, it gives us one attribute which is editor required. What it does, it simply, you see this line, if we hover over it, it says component view node model expects a value for the parameter node. So it is telling us that you missed this. We'll provide this value. In this case, this node is going to be this viewing node. Cool. If we save everything, it should work. But the only issue is we will not be able to come out of this model, because we have not implemented that functionality that we can close that button and it should gets removed from the UI. We need to implement this. First, let's see how it looks. We are on browser, WebAssembly. If we press it, we can see this thing and nothing is happening. So first we'll design this thing. Mm, mm, mm. full screen, this thing, then we have MX Auto, MY Auto. Hmm. Auto, MY Auto, full screen. Hmm. We'll have display flags on this full screen. The flags like this. After this, for this button, we need to have it at the right side. So what we can do for this button, this place, we can say align cell and align cell and like this. Okay. And this button, okay, looks fine. So let's add these two things on full screen. These are view node model, this one. On full screen, we'll have the flags, and on this button, we will have, it was complaining about this button type button, and here we'll have align cell and save everything. Fine. We can see copy. This is fine. Now, when we press this close button, it should close this pop-up, right? And how this pop-up is going to be removed from the UI, that we are handling from its parent, which is this home page, and we should set this underscore viewing node to null in order to remove this from the UI. And this underscore viewing node is on parent component, and we are on this child component. We have this X button on the child component. So we need a mechanism, a process by which we can call something from the parent component. For that, Blazor gives us the events, basically event callbacks. So in this component we are going to have one more parameter which is going to be of event callback. We don't need to pass anything. We'll name it, let's say, on close, and it should be decorated with parameter. So this on close, when we click on this button, we can call this on close. So we can directly have this on click, on close, one, save, and on home page now we can use this on close event, and then we can do our thing. And the thing is going to be, we can set this we should set this underscore view node to null here. So let's use this view node method only, and we'll make a nullable, and then we can directly call it like this. We'll say view node null. We are not viewing any node. Save everything. Let's see if it works. Close. Okay, let me restart this. And like this, it is coming. Okay, viewing node, and we can close it. Viewing node, we can close it. So this is working. Next, we'll check it on the mobile .MAUI side, how it is looking. Change it to MAUI, run. Let's see this. It is loading. Okay, and if you press this, we can see this problem. Okay, and we can see both of these buttons, copy and share. We can have some minimum width, something like this, on this this section. No, not this one. On this full screen deflex, overlay. Here we'll say, let's say n modal, and here we'll say main width. It should be something like I don't know, 250 px. And let's use this n modal class on this main container like this. No, 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 not on this one. We should have this on the actual container, the container of this text. On this MX Auto, MY Auto box, here we'll have this n modal. Save everything, and then we can see this. It looks nice. Cool. Next thing we need to work on these two sections. This copy and share. First we'll work on copy because this copy is common between these two platforms. So let me stop this, minimize this, and this copy and share, both of these are platform specific. We could create a new service, or we can use this iPlatform service only. So here we will say task and copy async, and here we'll have text. Then second thing for sharing, so we can have task and share async. Then in this also we can have this string text to share. Fine, let's implement these two. First, let's go to our browser. So this web, we have services. Where are services? Okay, here services, platform service, and we'll implement these copy and share. For share, we do not have this functionality on browser side, so we'll have this only throw new not implemented exception, because if somehow we accidentally try to invoke this, then it will simply throw this exception. So we can have this approach. For copying, we are going to use JavaScript. For that, we can inject the JavaScript. So we'll say we'll have our constructor, we'll have IJS runtime, JS runtime, and this JavaScript gives us methods to work with the uh, clipboard. Basically, when we say copy, this is copy to clipboard. Let me rename this. Copy to clipboard. Copy to clipboard. Fine. Save. And we are here copy to clipboard. Here we'll say JS runtime dot invoke void async, because we are not going to get anything in return. And the method JavaScript gives us that is navigator dot clipboard dot write text. So we can write any text to the clipboard. And then second parameter is going to be the text. What text we want to write to the right text, like this. And it is going to be awaited. So await and async. So we are good with this. Copy to clipboard. And for sharing, we don't need it. So we are good. Fine. This was browser side. Let's go to MAUI side now. We'll go to our services, platform service, and we implement these two methods, copy to clipboard async and share async. So for copy to clipboard, we can have clipboard dot default dot, we have set text async. We can use this like this. Await set text async like this. We need to use async, and we are good. And for sharing, we can simply say await. We have share dot default dot request async, and in this we can have multiple things, but the over what we call it, overloaded method, which we are going to use, that is with this text only, like this. So we have implemented these methods as well. It's always a better idea to handle exceptions here, but I have not done this. So now we are good to use these methods. Now we can use this. Let's go to our this one view node model, and now this platform, we should rename it to platform service, because now this is a service which has some methods. So now we'll have two methods here. First, we'll have private async task, and let's say copy async, and then we'll have another one, private async task share async, like this. Okay, and for sharing, we can have an additional check where we'll say platform service dot is browser. If it is not browser, then only right now we have this functionality. And from sharing, what we'll do, we'll say await platform service dot share async, then the text. And text we are going to have is, first we'll have node title. So we'll say node dot title. After that, we'll have node dot description. Node dot description. We can have new line character here like this, and we are good. For copying, it is available for both. So we'll use await platform service dot copy to clipboard async. Here also we'll use the same text like this. Fine. Now just we need to just call these methods. So this is copy. We'll use on click copy async, and for this one we'll say on click share async. Share async. Save everything and let's try it. First, let's try it with .NET MAUI. Then we'll check with browser. Okay, app is coming. We need to fix those loading and check authentication state, that thing. We should have some margin bottom as well, some padding bottom basically on this body, right? Fine. We will click on this. We can see this copy and share. So when we click on share, we can see the sharing and we can see the text, right? The title and description. Let me edit this so that we can see the actual text. So we'll say note title, note title. We'll say it's happening. What is it? Let me rerun this. Okay. Edit. Here we'll say share this note, and in description we are going to we will share this note using share button on the view node modal pop-up, something like this. Save. We can see this, share this node, and we can click on this. We can click on the share, and now we can see the share this node and this complete text. Cool. Next thing is copy. We can copy this, and when we copied this, we don't know if we got this or no, but we can try it like this in here. Can we paste it here? No, I don't know how can I show this, but it got copied. Trust me. Okay, now let's stop it and let's see this. browser side. So dot web, and we'll see in browser WebAssembly. It is loading, and copy, and we can try to paste it here. Paste, and you see this text is coming from there only. It's better to create a new node with some same. Copy this node text, something like this. We will copy the title and the description of this node using copy button. Save it, copy this node text, and we can click on it and we can copy it. Now let's see if it actually got copied. We can share this. We can simply paste it and we can see this that this thing is working. Cool, this looks fine. The only thing is this UI, uh, these cards are very big. So let's do one thing. Change the main layout class on this home page. We have this container fluid. This class will change this for browser. Here we can say if platform dot is browser, then we use container, and if this is dotted MAUI, then we'll use container float the full screen. Save, and let's see. Now it looks nice, right? We can see this. We can. I guess everything is working now, right? Edit, cancel, add a note. Cool. Next, we'll add that floating action button, and after that we'll work on the that initial loading part. Okay, so let me close this and let's add the floating action button that is going to be on this home page. So on this we can have it anywhere. We will use position fixed so it does not make any difference, but okay, that is going to be a link to the save node page, create node page, so we can use it as an nav link. The href will use slash save like this. Let's see this in action. Save, and first let's see it in on mobile. Let me run it so that we can see it in real time. Okay, we'll have one icon here, span, let's say plus. We'll save it. We should see it somewhere here, right? Now what we'll do, we'll add a couple of classes here. Class first, we'll say text decoration none. We don't need this underline. So on mobile devices, we have very small space. So we'll have this plus sign only. But for browser, we can have enough space. So there we are going to add one text as well. So platform dot is browser. If this is browser, we'll add one text to it, which will say add a note plus and then add a note. Save everything. Okay, continue editing for now. We'll add a class here. Let's call it FAB. This is floating action button fab. Next thing, we'll add styling to this fab. Save everything, rebuild and apply changes. Okay, we can see this. Now we'll go to the common CSS. Here we'll add styling for this. First, we'll position fixed. Save. Then we'll have our left right thing. Let's move it to the bottom. So we'll say bottom 0. It should go to bottom. It is here. Now let's have some margin. Let's say some 10 px, and then bigger font. So we'll say font size 30 px, and we'll have font weight as bold. Save. It is here. Back of this card, it should come over it. So what we'll do here, we'll have a Z index of 3. It is here now. We need to move it to the center of the screen. For that, we can set left or right to 50%. So let's set right 50%. It is here. Or let's move it to the very right. So we can have it 0, right 0, like this. Then we'll have background color here. Background color, we'll use our main color. So we'll use our variable color main, like this. Save. Next, we'll have the text color, which is color white. Save. Cool. Now we'll have some padding. Let's say 5 px. Next, we'll have a fixed height. So we'll say height, let's say 50. Text align center within this. Save. Fine. Next thing, we will have uh, border radius 50%, like this. We have height 50. So let's have width 50 as well. Width 50 px. Okay. And then where we have font size, we'll use line height. Line height. Let's try 30 or 40. Fine. This is in center. Next, we'll have some shadow to it. So box shadow 0, 0, 30 pixel black, like this. So now we can see something and it is looking great. Okay, now we'll go to the browser, the WebAssembly version. There, this looks fine on mobile. And when we click on it, it is navigating to the next page, which is expected behavior. Let's stop it and change it to WebAssembly and run. So here we can see this ad, which is at the very end. I don't know if you can see it. Now you can see it. This is not we want. For the mobile version, okay, and we got this also. We need to fix this as well. We'll fix this. So we need this ad on the browser. We need this in the center of the screen. And the width which we set 50 px, this is not going to work on browser because we need this add text as well. So now we have a situation where we need to have two different styles for the same class. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to override the classes, only the properties which we need there. So in this case, we need the different CSS styles for our browser. So we'll go to the web www root CSS app.css. Here we can override the class fab. Everything is fine. We don't modify everything. We'll simply remove the width and the right 0, and then comes the width. Apart from this, we'll leave everything. Width 50 px, we are going to remove this. Right, we are going to have it as 50%, or rather something like 48%, so that it can have the uh, we have that text adder node, so we need to handle that. Save. Now width 50 px, if we remove it, we don't know how much width we need, so we cannot have this like this. The only thing we can do, from the common CSS we can remove width directly, but now it is not going to work with the mobile .NET MAUI. So what we can do, on .NET MAUI's app.css, there we will have this thing again, and here we'll set width to 50 px. We removed width from common, we added width 50 px to .NET MAUI's app.css, and we can remove this from browser CSS. So for now everything looks fine. Let's see how is we can see this, right? Add a node, everything looks fine. Now next thing is this border radius 50%. This does not look good on browser, right? So that means we can go to common, we can remove this border radius from here, from common, and we'll add this only for .NET MAUI for now. Now we can see this, but we need to have some border radius. We will have some border radius and some more padding. So these we can override in our WebAssembly browsers CSS. So here we'll add some border radius. So we'll say border radius something like, let's say 10 px. We need to have it more, but this add a node, we will make this add a node smaller. First we'll have more padding. So padding, let's have 10 px and 25 px. Save. Okay. Now this add a note, we will make it smaller. So we'll go to home page. Here on this small, we could add some bootstrap classes. First we'll say fs6 font size normal, font size small. Then we'll say fw normal, which is font weight normal, and we'll have margin from the start, which is from left in this case, of 2, so that we can see some gap between these two. Fine. Now we need to have these aligned vertically, right? This is going down actually. So for this, what we can do, on this nav link, we can have display flex and align items center, vertical alignment. Now it looks fine. Okay, now we can increase this uh, border radius. In this one, border radius, let's increase this, let's say 25 px, and nice, it is looking good now. Next thing is, when we are hovering over it, it is showing in this blue color. We don't want this blue color, so for that we can go to the common, and here we'll say dot fab when we are hovering over it, or this is active. For both of these cases we'll add something. That something is going to be, first we'll have color white, and we'll remove any text decoration none. Save everything. And now if we are doing this, it is fine. But we should have uh, something at least when we are hovering over it. So let's add a little animation to this. That for this, when we are hovering over it, so we should not have, or we can have it for active as well. So we'll say transform, and we'll add a rotate animation, rotate 360-degree, transform, save. Now if we see, it is actually rotating, but we cannot see it because 360. I can show you this like something like, let's say 180. Save. You see, it is the rotation is working, but this is happening instantly. We should have some delay for this. So for that, what we can do on this fab only, we can use transition, and we'll say apply this to all changes is in, and let's make it 0.2 seconds. Save. Now if we come here, you can see this is getting applied, right? Now let's change it to 360. Save. You see, this is something is happening, right? We can see this and we can click on this and it will navigate to the next screen. Fine. First, let's see this on the mobile.NET MAUI, then we'll work on that scroll bar issue. On mobile.NET MAUI side, it is coming here. The animation is working. If we long press it, it works like this, right? But it is on left align. So what we should do on this one, we'll go to home page where we have this deflex align item center. Here we'll have our justify content center as well. Justify content center, because this was the only item and it was deflex. That's why it was in this state. Justify content center, and this is fine. This is working. Stop it. Check WebAssembly again. WebAssembly. And we can see this is fine. Cool. After this issue, you see, we need to fix this one. So for this, what we'll do, let's go to this section. On this home page, where is your description? It is here. This issue should be on mobile as well. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, we will not display the complete description here. We'll display small part of description the same way we are doing for title. For viewing the complete description, user can click on it and it will open in the pop-up modal. So for this, what we'll do here, first we are checking description. After that, we'll have a description variable where we will check if the node dot description dot length, if this is greater than 100, then what we'll do, we'll simply have node dot description and we'll have first 100 characters and then 3 dot, like this, like this. And if that's not the case, we'll simply display the complete node description, node dot description. Fine. Now we need another condition. We will do this thing only when we are on browser, no, on mobile in grid structure, we should have this condition, and on mobile when we are on list layout, then we should not have this. So let's add that condition as well. So node.description, this condition and hmm, we'll have it. Okay, if I add here everything, then it will be cumbersome. So let's do this. If platform dot is mobile, I mean if this is not browser, and the main call class, this is browser है, and main call class is called 12, that means full screen. Then we'll modify this description to have the complete node dot description like this. Now we should be good. We'll use this description to display here. So instead of node description, we'll use description. Save everything. Let's rerun. This is browser. Okay, this is coming. And even after 100 characters, 100 characters are not good. Oh, the size is very odd. When it comes to this, we have these three. So it works on all big sizes. Oh, we don't need to have it on big sizes. We can display this complete, or we can have it like this only. We need to somehow check the screen width when we are coming here. This is fine. When we are here. Let's check which breakpoint is this. We'll come here. This is actually call MD4. Call MD4. Now we have call SM6. Call MD4. So the issue is on call MD4. Then what is it now? Call MD4. Call MD4. Let me think how we can fix this case. So this is same on call MD4 only, but the width size, when the size is going to less than 992, 92, less than 992, we can see that size here, 999, 992, then we need to fix it. Okay. Oh, this error is not because of the description. This is because of these buttons, right? Hmm. Okay. No, 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 no. It should be because we on this also we have these two buttons. Okay, let's try if we change this description a bit. We let's say if we make it smaller. Let me see what we can do. One option is to have overflow auto on this column only. Okay, right now we can have this only. We'll have overflow, auto or scroll on this description part only, but we can change this. We can change the appearance of this scroll bar using some different CSS, browser specific CSS. But yeah, you can check this out. I have not used that much. I need to Google it and find the actual CSSs, then we can add this. But for now, I think we can have this only. Overflow auto on this flags grow one. Flags grow one, this one. So we'll have one style here. We'll say overflow Y we'll use auto. Save, rerun, and we'll check it for both. First, let's see for browser. The same thing actually. Okay, now we can have this, we can increase this, and everything looks fine now. We can click on this, then we'll see the complete text. We can copy, and things are working fine. Now on this, we need to have padding on this body. So if this was like this, then we will not see the actual content, right? So we need to have some padding from the bottom on this, and the same thing will go with the MAUI version. Let's see this. Okay, it's here. This is fine. We need to have some padding from this bottom as well. So what we'll do, or we can have that padding on this page, right? So we can use this page class. We can go here on common.css.page. We can have a padding bottom of something like, I don't know, 80 px. Save, and now we can see this padding. And if we go to the browser, let's see how it looks on browser like this. Let's see if I inspect this and we do this, and if we scroll this, we can see this. So this is looking great. Fine. So I think we are almost there. Everything is working now the way we thought it should work. The only thing is when we first coming to the app, then this loading, we need to get rid of this loading, right? Let's see again. This loading. Oh, I am on that home. If we remove this like this, so there should be this loading, then that checking authentication state or check authentication state, that part we need to fix those. After this, if we check this on mobile version, then we can see clearly this loading, checking auth state, and all this. We need to fix those. Okay, so for this, we need to go to our index.html pages. First, we'll go to MAUI index.html, and here this loading, this text comes first. So we'll have some different loading. So I have that ready and I copied that from the Bootstrap's official documentation page. So we are going to use couple of classes from there. And the classes we are going to use this thing. So we have a div with display flags with the viewport width and height. We are using 100% so that it wraps the complete screen. And then this div, this is for centering, MX auto, MY auto, so center of the screen horizontally and vertically both. Then we have these loading indicators, and I have used different colors, so primary, success, danger, warning, info, everything. I'm using all this. Let's see this. When we run this, when the app loads, we should see this loading in the center of the screen. This, you saw that? This loading, and we'll copy the same thing for the browser version, Blazor WebAssembly version. So let's go to web www.root index.html, and here inside this div id app we have this loading progress and all this. So we'll paste this. We missed one div fine, save, stop, and let's run the browser version like this. Hmm, hmm, hmm. And it is coming because it is getting it from cache. Now we can see this loading, right? And now we are here in the app. Cool. So loading part is done. After this, um, let's fix the checking auth state and that thing. So if we go to our index page, pages, index.tracer. So we have this common page, right? In WebAssembly and browser both. Pages, index.tracer, right? So let's do one thing. Let's delete this page from here. We don't want any page here, and we will simply create this index page in our common components. So let's go to common components, pages. We'll create a new page and let's call it init page, initial page, let's say. Init page, and the content we will have this like this slash page title index checking auth state. The init page is this one. We'll go to our MAUI project pages and we are going to delete this page, or we can delete the pages folder altogether. We don't have anything in there. Same thing we'll do with browser Blazor WebAssembly. We'll delete the pages. Now when we deleted it, we need to, let's check the main app page, assembly, username. This is fine. Okay, in browser in .NET MAUI, in main page.xml, we have www.index.html, x local main page, which is main page main.razor. Okay, we don't have that index linking anywhere, so it will simply pick up on the basis of the route, so it should work as same as before. Let's try it for both the cases. First, web, we have loading, and we have home. That means it worked. Now let's check the mobile version. Run. And it is loading. We can see checking out state and fine. Everything is still same. We just need to change the checking auth state, and we should handle if we did not provide anything, we should display some error there. Tools for this, what we can do, we have this name, right? So the same way we are using this cascading value, we have two approaches. Either we can pass one more cascading value, okay, which we'll say, let's say error or name initialize, something like this. Or we have one more approach. we can have a common state, shared state, then we can use that. Or let me show you the that centralized state approach. So for that, what we can have in this common project, we can have one. Let's have a folder. We have only single state, but still identity folder. It should be, let's say, states. And here I'm going to add a class, and let's say global app state. This is not global app state, but or we can say initialize state. Let's have global app state only. Global app state. This is going to be a class, and in here we will have a property. Google is initialized. Okay, we should have is initializing like this, and we'll have it a full property. That means let me change it to pro full rule is initializing, and then is initializing like this. Can remove this, and we are going to have a default value as true, because when the app starts, is initializing should be true. Fine. After this, what we'll do, we'll implement I notify property change. I notify property change for this. Implement interface, this thing, so that we can subscribe to the changes we are doing with is initialized, and accordingly we can render the UI, render the message and all those things. And here when we are getting, it will be straightforward, get the value of this, and for setting, when we are setting it, we will simply use this property changed, and we'll invoke object sender is going to this, and property changed event args, we can do this, name of the property like this. Fine. And let's use one more property in which we'll say if there is some error in the initialization. In our case, if user did not provide the name, then there should be some error. So for that, we'll use a full property. We'll use nullable string, and we'll say error message. And error message like this. Let's change it to underscore error message. And when we are getting the value, we'll do this. And when we are setting the value, after setting the value, we'll simply invoke this property change like this. Is initializing, and this time this is going to be this error message. And I think we are good. Fine. Now let's register this state, and this should be singleton. There should be only one instance of this class throughout the app. So we'll register it as singleton in both our projects. First, we'll add it in our MAUI Blazor builder.services dot add singleton like this. And same thing we'll do in WebAssembly program.cs. We'll register it like this. And now we can inject this global app state. But before that, let's add it to imports in our common components. Imports, we can say using nodes Blazor MAUI common states like this. And now we can inject this in our init page. Inject global app state. Let's call it app state only. Remove this checking authentication state. We'll have a code block here. And now what we will do, we will override on initialize. We can have it like this only. or we can, okay, let's have it in its constructor. In constructor, what we'll do, we'll say app state. Okay, it's not going to work because this inject, this will work after the constructor. So what we should do, we should override this in on initialize only. On initialize, here we'll say app state dot, we have this property changed. So we'll do this property changed event args. We need to have event handler for this of type this. So we'll have a method here, private void, let's say on property on app state change, something like this, changed object sender property changed event args e, like this. And when we are this property changed event is invoking, we can invoke this thing, right? And when we don't need this to be subscribed always, so what we can do, we can simply implement interface. Implement interface is going to be iDisposable, and then we can have a method from iDisposable which is public void dispose, and in dispose we will simply remove this event handler by using minus equals. Fine. Sometimes on initialized gets called multiple times. For that we can do like this. So if it was already listed, we'll remove it. If it was not, then there will be no effect of this line. Fine. And what should happen when this happens? Okay, but before that we have this app state. So here we'll check. What we'll check? First we'll check if app state dot is initializing. If this is the case, we'll simply have a P, or rather have a div class, let's say mx auto, my auto, and let's say, yeah, like this only. Then we'll have a P here. Okay, let's do this condition inside this. So here we'll say P checking auth state. If this is initializing, we'll do this. After that, we'll have a else condition. In that, we can check if app state dot is initializing is false, which will automatically come to this case. Then we'll check if we have some error message. If not string dot is null or white space, app state dot error message, like this. If this is the case, is initializing is false, that means app is initialized, but we have some error message. We'll display that error message here. So let me have some bigger font, let's say h3 class text danger, like this, and we'll display this app state dot error message here. Okay, and if that's not the case, then there shouldn't be any else part, because in this case we are redirecting user to the next page, which is going to be slash home. So we should not, we can skip this, but still if you want, you can have a P, we can say redirecting to home page. We should never see this, but let's have it like this. Cool. This page title, this is required for browsers. Not required, but we should have this so that we can set the browsers tabs title. So this should be only for browser WebAssembly, but we can have it always like this. Index, and on home page we can have it like home, and on save note tracer page we can have it save note. Save everything. Now on this home page we are using this app state, we are registering app state. Now we need to provide values for this is initializing and error message, right? So first, oh, this should be else if. First, we need to set is initializing false when we actually got the response. So it does not matter if it was true or false. We should be okay with either. So this thing, we have our app.razor and those pages from here. So when we could not get the name, we set first let's inject that. Inject global app state, global app state like this. Let's add this using to imports of WebAssembly and our .NET MAUI project as well. This thing imports.razor, save everything, and now we can use this here global app state. What's the issue? And here we'll set app state dot is what is this to app state dot is initializing. We'll set it to false because app is initialized, right? After that, in this case, or maybe let's do this. Set it here is initializing false. We have initialized it. Oh, we should have it before this return. Okay, let's do it here only. And then in this case, we should have error, right? So we'll say app state dot error message. We'll say your name is required in order to proceed with the app or in order to use the app, or your name is required to use the app, something like this. Fine, let's do this same for .NET MAUI. We have main.razor. Here we'll do is initializing false here. Then we'll set error message in here. We need to inject app state in here to save everything. And now let's run it. Everything should work now. We are on mobile.NET MAUI. Let's see it. Mhm. Okay, first the loader will come from the index.html, this one, then checking of state, then it move here. Now let's do one thing. Let's uninstall this app for the first case. We'll check. So this is Notes MAUI Blazor. Go here, check this app. Oh, this one, app info, uninstall. Okay. Now let's run it again. And this time we will simply cancel that name prompt. Then we should see that error message. Okay, app is coming. Loader checking out state. Please enter your name and we'll say, okay, we'll cancel it. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Okay. And nothing is happening. Okay, and why so? Oh, my bad. We are not, oh, we are using this, right? Let's go to init page. Init page slash checking out state. This is initializing. Oh, oh, my bad. We are not okay. The thing is, we have registered to the changes which are happening inside this app state. So it is, these changes are happening outside of our Blazor, this page basically. So that state is does not belong to this page directly. So the Blazor component, it cannot identify, it cannot detect that change. That's why we are using this property change. So here we will simply run state has changed. We are explicitly saying that something has changed. So you need to re-render this component. Let's stop and run. This is automatic whenever we are modifying any state property which belongs to that component only. If we have this some property here, then it would be automatic process. But now this property is changing outside. That's why we need to explicitly tell Blazor that you need to re-render if something has changed. What it is? Okay, run. Okay, it is coming. Checking out state, we'll cancel it, we'll cancel it again, we'll cancel it again. Your name is required and your name is required to use the app like this. Okay, let's rerun. This time we will provide the value. You can design it further. You can have some delay here and then you can check the CUI and make it center or all those things you can try out. So now let me have it up here and redirecting and then we are here. Everything looks fine. Cool. Let's check this out on the Blazor WebAssembly, the browser side. Okay, this is coming. Global loader. We are on the home because we have data in our local storage. Let's clear the local storage. Application, local storage, and let's clear. And now let's come back to this page. Index.html loader. Enter your name. We will not enter. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Okay, and we can see your name is required to use the app. And now if we rerun and we provide the name, it should work. Okay, let me add my name. Okay, and now we can see everything. Okay, so everything is still same, everything works. I showed you two different approaches to handle the states in Blazor basically. So first we have that cascading value, and then second we have this global app state thing. Okay, so I guess that's pretty much all in this video. And before that, let's clean up the things which we are not using. So here this we are using Bootstrap, but we are not using Open Iconic. We can close this, delete this basically. App CSS. Let's remove these commented lines. Save. Then we have favicon, this data. We are not using this data, weather forecast service. Let's delete this folder altogether. Platforms, we are using these. Resources, fine. Services, fine. Shared, fine. Okay, let's go to common. This class.cs, we are not using this. Interfaces, we are using. Models, services, states, everything is fine. Go to common components. W root, CSS, box icon, min, we are using. Font, we are using these. Background.png, we are not using this. Example JS, interop.js, we are not using this. Delete. Component1.razor, we are not using this. Delete. Then comes this example JS intro. We are not using this. Delete this. Then let's come to Blazor WebAssembly. www root sample data folder. We are not using. Delete this. In CSS, we are not using open iconic. Delete this. In app.css, we have these commented lines. Let's delete these. And open iconic bootstrap icon, we are not using this. Delete. We can delete this HTML body as well because we are not using this font. Save. Services we are using, shared we are using, and fine, everything looks great. Okay, so we cleaned this up. That's pretty much all for this video. So please do let me know in the comment, did you find this complete video useful? Did you learn something new? Or like this video, share this video, and subscribe my channel, and don't forget to press that bell icon. I will be sharing other cool videos on these complete projects. And do let me know in the comment if you want an extension to this video. In this for .NET MAUI side, we are using the secure storage only, but if I got good response, I can create an extension video. In that we can use SQLite database for .NET MAUI for mobile side nodes storage. Do let me know in the comments if you want that. And okay, that's all for this. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. And you can drop any video suggestions in the comment box as well. Okay, bye bye.